A nation in mourning, a people's president, a people's funeral. These are the scenes that we continue to experience on the second day of the 7 days of national mourning following the passing on of former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, whose remains were repatriated from India yesterday and are received at the JKIA by President William Ruto and his widow Ida Odinga, just as part of the many events of the state funeral that is going to be conducted in the next few days. My name is Freddy Ndimuli. Welcome to Morning Cafe, today being a special coverage following the passing on of the former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga and the state funeral that we expect to be conducted starting today. Yesterday, the body was taken to the Kasarani Stadium for members of the public to be able to view it. Today, we're going to be having a state funeral at the Nyayo National Stadium, led by President William Ruto, and we do expect a number of dignitaries, including other heads of states from African nations and heads of government as well, who will be in attendance. A number of military ceremonies as well as religious ceremonies as well expected between now and Sunday, when the final interment of the former Prime Minister will be conducted in Siaya, Bondo County. This is our special coverage. Good morning and welcome. Let's take a look at the dailies. The people's president, that's the Standard. Loved to death, that's the Star. Majonzi Tele, Taifa Leo. People's funeral, that's the Daily Nation, and the Daily Nation has given us a spread of both the front and back pages. Heroes welcome. People Daily, Raila Odinga's legacy lives on. Even on the Business Daily, it's only Raila, the businessman. These are the local dailies. And if you think that this is only in Kenya, take a look at this. Mwananchi in Tanzania. Moi alivyozima njama kumuua Raila Odinga, ni habari kwenye ukurasa wa 11 gazeti hili. Everyone is just trying to tell stories of Raila Odinga and what happened. Is one of the most significant political figures of our times, a towering political figure. Lakini tukiangazia habari zingine kule Tanzania, tutarejelea kuangalia magazeti ya hapa nchini. Bado kampeni za urais zazidi kunoga kule Tanzania. Ni siku 12 pekee zinasalia uchaguzi mkuu wa Tanzania ambao utatendeka tarehe 29 mwezi huu. Habari kuu kwenye ukurasa wa mbele, Mwananchi wasema usugu antibiotiki unavyotishia uhai. WHO yabaini sababu, athari zake na mbinu za kuepuka zatajwa. Wataalamu waeleza hatua zinazochukuliwa. Just about the abuse of antibiotics. Sheria za mashirika kumulikwa ni habari nyingine kwenye ukurasa wa mbele, imepewa kipaumbele. Kampeni za urais zazidi kunoga kule Tanzania na Samia alivyofunga kazi Bukoba. Picha pale ya wafuasi wa chama cha CCM wakiwa kwenye mkutano wa mgombea urais wa chama hicho Samia Suluhu Hassan, katika mwendelezo wa mikutano ya kampeni uliofanyika uwanja wa Kaitaba mjini Bukoba jana. Wakati huo Tundu Lissu bado yuko kotini. Muziki wa siku 5 za ushahidi kesi ya Tundu Lissu, anapelekwa kotini masuala ya uhaini. Gazeti la Mwananchi Tanzania. Tukisalia kule Tanzania, hata gazeti la The Citizen bado Raila kwa hapa chini. Revealed the day Moi rejected plot to eliminate Raila. That's a story on page 2. No one has written this story in Kenya. It's not on any of the dailies, despite the fact that we are having so many different angles following the death of Raila Odinga. But these are the stories that the dailies in Tanzania have chosen to go with. An alleged plot that was hatched to eliminate Raila, and Moi intervened. That story is on page 2 of this paper. So Raila Odinga, still big news even in Tanzania. We've seen 2 of their dailies. But the biggest story on the Citizen is wanted more security for 92 trillion public investments. This is Tanzanian money. Don't you worry, because 92 trillion shillings in Kenyan money we cannot even comprehend. Top government legal officers are calling for urgent reforms to modernize the legal and institutional frameworks guiding public investments, warning that outdated laws and weak contract oversight could undermine the country's rapidly growing portfolio of state assets. It's a rather busy page, front page of the Citizen in Tanzania, because it also captures a bit of the campaign mood, Samia's promise to small-scale traders as she wraps up L-Zone, that's a lake zone. She was in Bukoba yesterday, campaigning there. EAC trade integration gets a renewed boost. These are the stories covered in Tanzania, 12 days to their general election, but they still find space for what's happening in Kenya following the death of the former prime minister. In Uganda, the same thing. Raila Odinga is on the front pages as well. This is a new vision. Why he chanted buffalo at funerals. So those who did not know what Joey means, it's a buffalo. And the former prime minister is known to chant Joey, Joey, Joey whenever he attended many funerals. And that's the story on pages 4 and 5, 2 pages of the new vision. But the main story on the front page of the new vision in Uganda talks about government mooting new rules for school boards. Proprietors and non-degree holders have been kicked out, matters education. Meanwhile, campaigns continue in Uganda, Museveni in West Nile, and a picture occupying half of the front page of the new vision dedicated to matters, elections and campaigns in Uganda. But take a look at the Daily Monitor, the front page. Nothing else apart from Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga's last moments. This is a Daily Monitor. It's not a Kenyan paper. The Titans' last battle. Former Kenyan Prime Minister Raila Odinga's family members and a cardiologist who attended to him at a hospital in India have recounted desperate attempts to save his life in the final moments. And they've also dedicated 2 pages to this piece of news, pages 6 and 7 of a daily in Uganda to Raila Odinga. They have a very powerful photo there of Kenyan military officers carrying the casket bearing the remains of the former Prime Minister. Watching on the sidelines is the President, William Ruto, his predecessor, Uhuru Kenyatta, and Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki. So definitely that is the biggest news across the region, whether you're in Kenya, Tanzania, or Uganda. Raila Amolo Odinga. Now, we'll be back to take a look at the local dailies because they've actually delved into a lot of the reactions and emotions that were captured yesterday as people received the remains of the former Prime Minister from the airport all the way to the Kasarani. A lot of interference with the planned state protocols and state funeral arrangements because of the crowd that had to force their government to change its plans. Today we do expect a state funeral event at the Nyayo National Stadium starting very early this morning, and members of the public are expected to be seated at the Nyayo National Stadium as early as 7 a.m. All right. So just before we come back and take a look at the local dailies, let's take a look at the weather situation across the country. And we start off in Bondo, which is going to be the area where a lot of focus will be. We do expect that this is the final place of interment for the remains of the former Prime Minister. It is quite hot in Bondo today in Siaya County. It is 19 degrees. It is a cloudy day as well. We do expect some rainfall, especially on the later part of the day, the afternoon. Highs of 29 degrees, but definitely it will rain. 40% chance of rain, 2.8 millimeters of rainfall in Bondo today, even as they prepare the space for the final interment of the former Prime Minister at Kango Jaramogi. Other areas in the country, Turkana, for example, it's also quite hot today. 26 degrees, they do expect light rains as well. Highs of 34, quite warm in Turkana, but this is not the warmest. Actually, it could be the coldest at 34 degrees because once we get to next week, it will hit 36. And as far as precipitation is concerned, 0.1 millimeters, very minimal rainfall. Other areas of the Rift Valley in Nakuru, a bit chilly this morning at 13 degrees. Also some rainfall expected in the afternoon. It is a cloudy day, highs of 24 degrees and matters precipitation, 8.4 millimeters, which is the highest we've seen so far across the regions. Today in Nakuru, it's quite hot, 24. This will drop to about 23, and into next week, we get even lower, 22. So do expect cooler temperatures in Nakuru. To the eastern part of the country, in Kitui, which is expected to be hosting Mashujaa Day on Monday next week. It is a bit warmer than Nakuru. It is 17 degrees as we speak. Also a cloudy day expected there, highs of 29 degrees, and no chance of rainfall here. It is just a dry day in Kitui. 0.3 millimeters, that's very insignificant, but this high temperatures will extend into the next week. Highs hitting 30 and 32 degrees next week. In the coastal region, we go to Mombasa, the second biggest city in Kenya, 24 degrees as we speak, feels like 27. Clear skies with periodic clouds, very little chance of rainfall, but a bit of precipitation this morning. Highs of 29 degrees, 1 millimeter precipitation probably is something that will not be felt much by those people at the coast, and this will extend throughout the weekend, highs of 29 degrees. Finally, in Nairobi, which is playing host to the major funeral service at the Nyayo National Stadium. It is 14 degrees currently. It promises to be a cloudy day. A lot of precipitation expected throughout the day. Highs of 26, which is warm, just as warm as yesterday, but it's expected to drop a bit over the weekend and then go back to 27 degrees as at Monday. But in as far as precipitation is concerned, 2.5 millimeters of rainfall in Nairobi today. All right, so that is the weather situation. Let's take a look at the traffic situation across the city. And you realize, given the kind of events surrounding the state funeral and the activities following the reception of the remains of the former Prime Minister yesterday, a number of roads were affected by traffic simply because of the crowds that initially were to go to the Lee Funeral Home and then to Parliament buildings, but then were diverted to Kasarani. And we do not know if at all there will be a change of plans today as well. Being a public holiday, probably not, but do expect that there will be some traffic interference, especially on roads like Uhuru Highway, as many people head towards Nyayo Stadium for the state funeral of the former Prime Minister. Later on, that body will be taken to Karen, to his home in Karen, where it will spend the night before being transported to Kisumu for another funeral service and another event where members of the public in Kisumu will be allowed to view the body. So today, a bit of traffic ease on major roads because people are not going to work, but you can see the CBD is already getting busy. Areas around Railways bus station are building up slowly. Other areas, nothing much to report in as far as traffic is concerned because it is a public holiday. But this situation could change once people start making their way to the Nyayo National Stadium. Remember that this is a state funeral. There will be military, police, and other dignitaries. A number of people also, and presidents and heads of government from across Africa will be attending the event. So Mombasa Road, the expressway, will be getting busy as well from the airport as we receive these guests. So probably in about an hour's time or two, we'll be taking a look at traffic situation to see if Mombasa Road will have gotten busier. All right, let's get the quote of the day, then we come back and take a look at the dailies. All right, all the papers in Kenya are just talking about the state funeral. Majonzi tele, wafuasi wa kinara wa ODM katika pembe zote za nchi waangua kilio baada ya mwili wake kuwasili kutoka India. Ndio habari kuu kwenye ukurasa wa mbele wa gazeti hili. Hakuna habari nyingine, sababu wanazungumzia wafuasi waliokuwa kiongozi wa ODM Raila Odinga jana walionyesha mapenzi yao kwake walipomlaki mwili wake kwa majonzi tele baada ya kuwasili katika uwanja wa kimataifa wa ndege wa Jomo Kenyatta, Nairobi, saa 3:30 asubuhi. Wingu la simanzi lilitanda kutoka Bondo hadi Mombasa, ambako Wakenya walijitokeza kuonyesha huzuni kwa kumpoteza mtetezi huyo wa wanyonge. Habari kamili kwenye ukurasa wa pili. Picha ambao wanaitumia pale ni picha ya Wakenya waliojitokeza pale Kasarani kutazama mwili walikuwa wakati mmoja waziri mkuu wa Kenya, na tunaona pale jeneza lililo na mwili wa aliyekuwa waziri mkuu. Picha nyingine pale juu, familia mjane Aida Odinga na pamoja na watoto wake wakitazama mwili wa aliyekuwa baba yao Raila Odinga. Habari nyingine pale ambayo imepewa kipaumbele kwenye ukurasa wa mbele wa gazeti hili la Taifa Leo, anasema jaribio la mwisho la kuokoa maisha ya Raila lafichuliwa. Familia ya Raila Odinga pamoja na daktari wa moyo waelezea juhudi za mwisho za kumwokoa kiongozi huyo stadi wa upinzani. Habari kamili, habari hii kwenye ukurasa wa 4 wa gazeti hili, gazeti la Taifa Leo. Hakuna habari nyingine kwenye ukurasa wa mbele, ni maswala tu ya Raila Amolo Odinga. The People's President. Dramatic photos from the airport where crowds of mourners showed up to receive the body of the late Raila Amolo Odinga, who was a former prime minister there. And a lot of things changed because the reception at the airport was expected to be led by President William Ruto and the family of the late Raila Odinga, led by his widow. But so much did not go according to plan. A lot also happened for the very first time. The plane that carried the remains of the former Prime Minister from India to Kenya, the KQ Flight 203, changed its flight code once it got into Kenyan airspace to RAO 001, which is something many Kenyans have yet to experience, and all that was in honor of the former Prime Minister. So very interesting photos there on the front page of the Standard. But this is also a spread just like the Daily Nation, and we'll be looking at that. It's a heavy paper today. I do have the physical copy. The picture on the both the front and back page, it is a spread. Raila Amolo Odinga, the People's President. So yes, on the back page, it's just the name Raila Amolo Odinga. On the front page, the People's President, and a big photo at the airport. By the time this photo was being taken, the casket bearing the remains of the former Prime Minister had already been loaded onto the military carriage, but the plane that had actually transported the remains from India is there on the background. Very dramatic photos there on the front and back pages of the Standard newspaper. Scenes that have never been witnessed before. Mourners crossing into the airside, into the apron at the JKIA, forcing the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority to lock down at the airport, and flights had to be diverted momentarily because of the crowds that were there. On the inside pages of the Standard, page 2 and 3, it is just a pictorial of the events, especially at the airport. Because initially plans were that after the reception of the remains of the former Prime Minister, the body was to be taken to the Lee Funeral Home for preparations ahead of the public viewing, which was to take place in Parliament buildings. The body was to lie in state between midday and 5 p.m. yesterday. That did not happen. The plans had to dramatically change because of the massive crowds that showed up at the airport, forcing the government and the family to abandon their initial plans. A number of photos there, shows of unity at the airport. President William Ruto, accompanied by his predecessor, Raila Odinga, and the widow of the former Prime Minister. A very nice pictorial of the moments captured at the airport yesterday, and some of them at the Kasarani. Some of the mourners who showed up at the airport even got into some of those planes that were unused and took pictures there. Dramatic photos, border riders on the airside of the JKIA. On page 4 of the Standard, never was a Kenyan political hero so beloved by those he led. That's a story there. And the coverage of the passing on of Raila Odinga given prominence on all the pages from page 1 all the way to page 16 and beyond, page 16 of this paper. On the back page, the same. And that's the Standard. Raila Amolo Odinga, the People's President. Daily Nation, something similar, a spread on the front and back page. Heroes welcome People's Funeral. You realize the Standard has gone to the People's President, and it goes to show the place of the people of Kenya in the life and times of Raila Odinga. Everything that happened yesterday was about the people. Not the government, not the military, not even the family. It's about the people. Heroes welcome People's Funeral. Raila Amolo Odinga, who cemented his political credentials as a detainee over 4 decades ago, built a traumatic public career, often defying norms to author his own life chapters. In death, a towering opposition figure like the enigma he was, had the state lay out elaborate funeral plans. But a sea of humanity that turned up to receive the casket of their leader had their own plans. Yes, Serikali ilikuwa na mipango, majeshi walikuwa na mipango, familia walikuwa na mipango, lakini watu wakawaambia hapana, this is ours. And that's the front and back page, dramatic photos of the massive crowds that showed up at the airport to receive the casket bearing the remains of the former Prime Minister. And they accompanied the remains all the way to Kasarani. They had already thronged Parliament buildings ahead of what was initially planned to be a public viewing there. That was changed. They still made their way to Kasarani, a lot of drama. Now, this is expected to continue even as the body is transported to Kisumu. Now you can imagine, because that was his political base, at the Jomo Kenyatta Stadium. Initially, there was to be a public viewing at the Moi Stadium in Kisumu. That has been shifted to the Jomo Kenyatta Stadium because of the expected huge crowds. After that, the body is expected to be transported by road from Kisumu to Siaya, which is another logistical nightmare for the military and the government, plus the committee that's arranging all this. So this is the front and back page, very imposing images there. Let's take a look at how the Daily Nation has decided to cover these stories on the inside pages. Pages, crowd power of Ran's state funeral, yes. And the Daily Nation has decided just to go with the main story about how yesterday everything changed because of the power of the crowds. But it delves into the history, and I think the Standard yesterday was the one that got into a lot of history of Raila Odinga. Today, it's the Daily Nation that has done a lot of this. Why opposition is now like a ship sailing in stormy waters, and they go as far back as 2002, the year the NAC coalition, which Raila Odinga and other opposition leaders had formed, supplanted the government of Daniel Toroitich arap Moi. Near yet so far, House of Jaramogi, a dynasty without a throne, but not so far from power. And for the benefit of those who may not know the history of this family, I think if you grab yourself a copy of this paper, the Daily Nation, you can get a lot of this. A bit of misinformation on page 6 of the Daily Nation. They talk about a state funeral set for Kasarani. If you look at the program, and I've seen a copy of the program, it talks about a state funeral at the Nyayo National Stadium. At the Nyayo National Stadium. But the story on page 6 talks about a state funeral at the Kasarani today. Now, okay, fine. We'll have to wait and see who is right, who is wrong. A pictorial on page 8 and 9, a spread. Someone had even gone up a flag post at Parliament buildings and has been captured there. A man climbing a flagpole outside Parliament buildings yesterday. By the way, they carried away Parliament's gate, the main gate, the crowds. A lot of drama. There's a very interesting photo here of Winnie Odinga, the last-born daughter of the former Prime Minister, handing her father's heart to her mom. And that is what she had to deliver yesterday. That after taking her father to India for treatment, what she brought back was his iconic fedora hat and a very imposing photo of Winnie Odinga crouched next to her mom, who's seated on a seat and handing over that, seeming to tell her mom, this is what I've brought you back. And the president standing right next to that picture. I think this is one of the most imposing photos I've seen of these things that we are talking about. So the pictorial is on pages 8 and 9 of this paper. The Daily Nation goes even as far as talking about the party and why ODM yesterday named Oburu Odinga, who's Raila Odinga's elder brother, an interim leader of the party. The decision was announced yesterday by the party's National Executive Committee. That happened in the morning, even before the remains of the former Prime Minister were received at the airport. After that, Oburu Odinga, who is now the interim party leader of the ODM party, which is marking its 20 years of existence, traveled all the way to Bondo as a co-chair of the Joint Funeral Committee to officially announce to the home and the village of Raila Odinga that the former Prime Minister had died. He is the one who made that official announcement in Bondo. It talks about fading Luo burial rites. A lot of stories about how things do change. Even on page 13, leader loved Ohangla, reggae, calypso, and other types of music. And a lot, if you did not understand Raila Odinga, if you grab yourself a copy of the Daily Nation, I think it paints a really nice picture. Different stories about the life and times of the former Prime Minister. Okay, on page 14, they move on to other stories. A year on, Gachagua turns ouster into political fodder. But even the inside pages, unfinished dream, still matters Raila Odinga. All right, and that's the Daily Nation. Let's move on a bit faster to other papers. Loved to death, that's a Weekend Star. And yes, that photo I was talking about is what features on the front page of the Weekend Star. Winnie Odinga crouched in front of her mother, handing over her father's fedora hat. And you can see the emotions on the face of the widow. That posture by the... this is such a nice photo. I think the most dramatic we've seen. Look at the president standing there next. Not even knowing what to do in this case. And then the daughter crouched, carrying that fedora hat. And then the image of the widow. And look at her face. I think this is one of the most iconic photos, and whoever captured this will live to remember the same. Other news about the same, Ruth Odinga, Raila did not collapse. He felt a little tired and sat down. Now you see now these are different accounts of what may have happened or transpired in India. Ruth Odinga is a younger sister to Raila Odinga. She was among those who had accompanied, alongside Winnie Odinga, the former Prime Minister, to India for treatment. So she gives her own account. And despite the fact that many are saying that the former Prime Minister collapsed and there were attempts to resuscitate him, Ruth Odinga says, no, Raila did not collapse. He felt a little tired and sat down. So that's a different angle, and I think it's only the Star that has captured that about the last moments. That story is on page 6. Meanwhile, tears as lawmakers pay emotional tributes to the former Prime Minister. Yesterday, the National Assembly and the Senate held special sessions just to pay tribute to the former Prime Minister. Nothing else was discussed on the agenda. It was only the Prime Minister, where members of both the National Assembly and the Senate took time to remember the life and times of the former Prime Minister. That's the Weekend Star. Let's take a look at the inside pages tuone wanazungumzia nini kule ndani as far as their coverage of this events around the state funeral of the former Prime Minister. And TRE senators eulogize Raila's mentor, MPs pay glowing tribute to. And yes, I think the Star decided to go with what happened in Parliament, not his history, not what happened at the airport or at Kasarani, what happened in Parliament, in the houses of Senate and the National Assembly. But they have more photos on pages 4 and 5. A photo there of the family viewing the body at Kasarani, former President Uhuru Kenyatta viewing Raila's body as well, and the massive crowds that were there at the airport and at Kasarani. Ruth Odinga talking about this is how Raila died. That story is on page 6. And I think this is the only paper that has his story. Ruth Odinga, the sister of Raila Odinga, who was present in India, giving her own account of what happened in the last moment of Raila Odinga's life. This is the only paper that has his story on page 6. More stories about leaders and them paying tribute to the former Prime Minister. Another pictorial on pages 10 and 11. But this pictorial is not just about what happened yesterday. It has some historical backgrounds. A lot of pictures from Parliament, the crowds there, the airport, Kasarani, and all these things. Even onlookers watching mourners at JKIA while standing on top of a fuselage of an old plane. And the story continues being captured from 1982 coup, Raila's refusal to confess despite torture. Nairobi-Kisumu airfares go up ahead of Raila Odinga's funeral. That's another story. If at all you've not booked your ticket, your flight ticket to Kisumu, and you're hoping to attend the funeral, probably you won't even find a flight. You may be forced to actually use the road to Kisumu. Airfares on the Nairobi-Kisumu route have sharply increased, with most flights fully booked. The average airfare to Kisumu from Nairobi this weekend is 19,000 shillings. Average. It could be high, it could drop a bit, but yes, 19,000. The average. And that's a one-way ticket. So for you to go and come back, you need a cool 40,000 if you're to spend anything else. All right, and yes, the coverage of this continue up to pages 18 and beyond. Even the Siasa pull-out on the inside pages of the Star. The king has fallen, long live the king. This is a very interesting quote with roots in Britain. I think it's Shakespeare who said, the king is dead, long live the king. Yeah. Raila was a giant who made huge sacrifices for common good and fought a lifelong struggle for democracy and freedom. The king has fallen, long live the king. That's the Star. Very nice coverage there. People Daily, something else. Raila Odinga's legacy lives on. And this is also a spread on both the front and back pages of the People Daily. And the headline, even the title of the paper, is spread across the entire front and back page. People Daily. They do not have a physical copy, but they have a very imposing photo of some of the events at the airport, because probably this was unprecedented. We've had, and I think the only other time when we had someone of this stature politically in Kenya who died outside the country and was brought back was when the Vice President, Michael Wamalwa Kijana, died in London in 2003, and his body had to be flown back. But there was a bit of decorum at the airport that time. Raila Odinga, everything was different. Crowds, mourners got to the airside of the JKIA, which is unprecedented. That has never happened before. And it forced the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority to close down the airport, and air traffic had to be diverted elsewhere. So yes, Raila Odinga's legacy lives on. That's the People Daily. Even the Business Daily cannot afford to have any other piece of news on the front page. It's all about Raila. And they make a very interesting angle to it. Raila the businessman. Did you know Raila as a businessman beyond the politics? So they go inside the property, energy and industrial empire, how investors' economy swayed to ex-prime ministers with him. Yes, he is known to have owned the East African Spectre, one of the companies under the Odinga empire. And if you are told you want to understand more, that story is on page 4 of the Business Daily. They also have a photo, an aerial photo at least, an aerial perspective of the military carriage that carried the remains of the former Prime Minister from the airport, escorted, of course, by a mammoth crowd that took the remains all the way to Kasarani. And a special report on and pictures on pages 3, 4, 5. Even matters business, the Business Daily takes time to honor the former Prime Minister with a nice pictorial on page 3 of the events yesterday. Raila's dream of true wealth in factories also given prominence. Inside Raila's quiet business empire on page 4 of this paper. And that is how most of the dailies have covered the events surrounding the reception of the remains of the former Prime Minister and the events we do expect starting this morning going on until the final interment of the remains of the former Prime Minister in Siaya County on Sunday. Today, once again, we do expect a funeral service at the Nyayo Stadium. And let me refer to the program that we do have. We have received this program, and this is what will happen. The only time they've indicated this morning, the state funeral of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, EGH, the former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya, a national memorial service at the Nyayo National Stadium. Today, Friday, 17th October 2025, today has already been declared a national holiday. The only time quoted here is 7 a.m. this morning, where members of the public are expected to have been seated at the venue. From then on, other military as well as religious processes will continue. Protocols by the military, the National Memorial Service at the Nyayo National Stadium, funeral cortege protocols. No other time has been indicated there, meaning that we are not sure what time this event will come to an end. But as at 7 a.m. this morning, we do expect that all the mourners will have been seated at the stadium. Even the cartoons are still talking about Baba. This is a cartoon on the Star this morning, and the cartoonist at the Star has decided to go beyond the land yonder and look at the afterlife. And so they have here a caricature of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga being received in the afterlife by none other than his father, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, and his aide, who also died earlier this year. Now and his son Fidel. Now these are the people receiving the former Prime Minister in the afterlife there. It could be heaven, I don't know, but according to this cartoonist, he's calling him, his father Baba. I'm home. That's a Star. Kenya mourns, that's the cartoon on the Daily Nation, and he just has that fedora hat that his last-born daughter, Winnie Odinga, carried yesterday from India and delivered to his widow, Ida. in that very iconic photo that's on the front page of the Star today. And the fedora hat on top of Kenyan map, which is on top of the Kenyan flag. That's the Daily Nation. Finally, the Star, this one has, the Standard rather, this one has gone a step further and looked at party politics. The announcement yesterday of Oburu Odinga, the elder brother of Raila Odinga, as now the interim leader of ODM, which is a party that Raila Odinga formed and steered for the last 20 years. And according to the cartoonist now, Oburu Odinga is looking at the big shoes that he has to fill as the ODM leader. ODM leadership. Can he fit in this massive shoes that is larger than life brother? War. Meanwhile, 2027 beckons. And even before that, the by-elections in November this year. Will Oburu Odinga be able to fill these massive shoes left by his larger-than-life brother? Now, these is the way papers in Kenya and beyond have covered activities surrounding the state funeral of the former Prime Minister, whose body was repatriated from India back to Kenya yesterday in dramatic fashion. And this started off in India early morning yesterday, where a team led by the former, the Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi went to repatriate the remains aboard KQ Flight 203, which upon reaching Kenyan airspace quickly changed its flight code to RAO 001 in honor of the former Prime Minister. It landed at about 9:30 a.m. at the JKIA, where it was to be received by President William Ruto and the widow of the former Prime Minister Ida Odinga, but that did not happen because Kenyans had other plans. The people's president, people's funeral. These are the dailies this morning, and we'll be looking at this and a lot more, even as we continue with our coverage of the state funeral of the former Prime Minister. Let's take a short break. We'll be back with more.
Our world is changing every day, and so should we, for the better. Each week, we tackle the big why, the question that should be on everyone's mind. Why isn't this fixed yet? Deforestation, global warming, and the adverse effects of climate change. The future isn't just something that we inherit, it's something that we create. Join us on The Green Fix as we tell the stories of those who refuse to give up. When it comes to fixing the planet, there is no time to waste. Join me, Shiksha Arora, on Thursdays at 9 p.m. on The Green Fix as we look into the big why, you and I.
For comprehensive information and education on your health, Body Garage is here.
Don't allow anyone to pluck out your good tooth, as long as it is strong and stable.
Cancer doesn't start today and you get the symptoms tomorrow. By the time you pick it or the time it is manifesting in you, probably will be there about 5 to 10 years.
The eye is the window to the rest of the body.
Don't forget to stay hydrated.
And of course, you at home do take your water.
So the ultimate test is actually you check your urine. Your urine should be clear.
Clear like the water?
Yes. Should be able to see the other side of the urine. If your urine is colored or has changed color, you cannot see the other side, then you have not taken enough water.
Don't forget regular health checkups. Early detection saves lives.
I want the message be, we can prevent cervical cancer. We prevent cervical cancer in several ways. You have young girls and even somebody who's above that age, you can pay at least every 3 years. Somebody should have a pap smear done.
If you are 40, 45, 50 going upwards, once a year, please go see a doctor. Yeah, it's just for normal routine maintenance.
Hey there, friends. Welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in?
I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwa watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Our world is changing every day, and so should we, for the better. Each week, we tackle the big why, the question that should be on everyone's minds. Why isn't this fixed yet? Deforestation, global warming, and the adverse effects of climate change. The future isn't just something that we inherit, it's something that we create. Join us on The Green Fix as we tell the stories of those who refuse to give up. When it comes to fixing the planet, there is no time to waste. Join me, Shiksha Arora, on Thursdays at 9 p.m. on The Green Fix as we look into the big why, you and I.
For comprehensive information and education on your health, Body Garage is here.
Don't allow anyone to pluck out your good tooth as long as it is strong and stable.
Cancer doesn't start today and you get the symptoms tomorrow. By the time you pick it or the time it is manifesting in you, probably will be there about 5 to 10 years.
The eye is the window to the rest of the body.
Don't forget to stay hydrated.
And of course, you at home do take your water.
So the ultimate test is actually you check your urine. Your urine should be clear.
Clear like the water?
Yes. Should be able to see the other side of the urine. If your urine is colored or has changed color, you cannot see the other side, then you have not taken enough water.
Don't forget regular health checkups. Early detection saves lives.
I want the message be, we can prevent cervical cancer. We prevent cervical cancer in several ways. You have young girls And even somebody who's above that age, you can pay at least every 3 years. Somebody should have a pap smear done.
If you are 40, 45, 50 going upwards, once a year, please go see a doctor. Yeah, it's just for normal routine maintenance.
Hey there, friends. Welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in?
I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwe watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Our world is changing every day, and so should we, for the better. Each week, we tackle the big why, the question that should be on everyone's minds. Why isn't this fixed yet? Deforestation, global warming, and the adverse effects of climate change. The future isn't just something that we inherit, it's something that we create. Join us on The Green Fix as we tell the stories of those who refuse to give up. When it comes to fixing the planet, there is no time to waste. Join me, Shiksha Arora, on Thursdays at 9 p.m. on The Green Fix as we look into the big why, you and I.
For comprehensive information and education on your health, Body Garage is here.
Don't allow anyone to pluck out your good tooth as long as it is strong and stable.
Cancer doesn't start today and you get the symptoms tomorrow. By the time you pick it or the time it is manifesting in you, probably will be there about 5 to 10 years.
The eye is the window to the rest of the body.
Don't forget to stay hydrated.
And of course, you at home, do take your water.
So the ultimate test is actually you check your urine. Your urine should be clear.
Welcome back. A nation in mourning. We continue with our special coverage following the passing on of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga and the state funeral, whose events continue to unfold, including this morning. The latest is that the body of the former Prime Minister is currently at Parliament buildings. Let's get an update from that end. Our reporter Samira Mohammed is there. Good morning, Samira. Bring us up to speed with what is happening at Parliament.
The Parliament building, the body of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga has been transported from Liverpool home to the Parliament building for the members of Parliament and Senate to get a chance to view the body. We understand they were supposed to view the body yesterday, but there was a little bit change of schedule and plan. Things did not go as expected yesterday. We expected the body to land at JKIA, later be transferred to Luton home, and later to Parliament buildings for them to get a chance to view the body of the late Prime Minister, which they did not get a chance to. So today, this early morning, they'll get a chance just to view the body of the former Prime Minister. After that, we'll be taken to Nyayo for the mass to commence. They said, as the President said, it's not going to be just a regular burial for the former Prime Minister. And despite the chaos witnessed yesterday, the former Prime Minister will be honored with a full state funeral, including military honors and official state protocols led by Chief of the Defense Forces Charles Kahariri, in recognition of Raila Odinga as the long-time leader of the Orange Democratic Movement and a central figure in Kenya's political history. We saw yesterday at Kasarani, military officers solemnly wheeled in the casket of the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga for public viewing. The viewing began at around 5 p.m. for the public after hours of confusion, stampede, and violent confrontation spread. We saw a number of mourners were injured. A number of them lost their lives there at the Kasarani Stadium. We hope that today we're not going to see the same, or rather witness the same scene like what we witnessed yesterday at Kasarani. We hope today at Nyayo we're going to see a different picture and give Raila Odinga the proper send-off that he deserves. Fred, back to you, studio.
Samira, before we let you go, of course, this is a departure. The fact that we have the remains of the former Prime Minister at Parliament buildings this morning, this was probably meant to happen yesterday. You mentioned that members of the National Assembly and probably the Senate are the ones to be viewing the body. Are they already there? And do we see other members of the public probably milling around Parliament precincts?
No, we're not seeing any member of the public. There's heavy security here at the Parliament buildings. We've been able to see the Deputy Inspector General of Police, APS, Mr. Gilbert Masengeli, who was at least funeral, and he's leading the security team for them to bring the body here. So we've not seen any member of the public. For now, basically security and a number of members of Parliament and senators spread.
Thank you so much, Samira Mohammed, our reporter, bringing us up to speed with what's happening at Parliament buildings. We are made to understand that the remains of the former Prime Minister, the body of the former Prime Minister, Raila Odinga, is at Parliament buildings, and there will be a viewing of the same by members of the National Assembly and the Senate. This was part of the initial plan that was to take place yesterday after the body had been prepared at the Lee Funeral Home. A lot of that changed. The funeral committee being forced to adjust and change a lot of his initial plans, but it would appear that that process at Parliament buildings was an important one and still had to happen. Of course, from Parliament, the body will be taken to the Nyayo National Stadium for the state funeral, where we expect President William Ruto to lead the nation in that state funeral, which will be attended by other dignitaries, including heads of states and government from Africa. So this could also affect a bit of the traffic situation, especially from the airport, as we continue receiving dignitaries for that. In studio with me this morning, I have two gentlemen, Mwenda Njoka, who's a CEO of Cape Media and CNN Journalist of the Year award winner. He's a veteran journalist. Karibu sana, Bwana Mwenda Njoka.
Asante sana.
And Ishmael Nyaribo, advocate of the High Court, also a political commentator. Wakili, karibu sana, and good morning.
Asante sana. Thank you.
Gentlemen, scenes we witnessed yesterday probably were unprecedented. We've never seen this, the kind of even emotion and drama at the airport. We did not see this. The government being forced to adjust its final preparations. And momentarily we'll be going to get an update from the Nyayo National Stadium. But Bwana Mwenda Njoka, I know even in your coverage of a lot of probably state funerals, you've never seen the kind of drama we saw yesterday.
Yeah, actually this is unprecedented completely, because when you look at even the past events of a similar way back, you can compare possibly with Mzee Jomo Kenyatta in 1978. Unfortunately, at that time, we may not have been in a position to see things, but after, fast forward, you move to President Moi, you move to Kibaki. They were almost what you would call seamless operations with the military and everything. But this one was a completely different ballgame, and it shows a kind of impact. Raila Odinga may have not lived to be president of Kenya, but the impact he has had on the psyche of Kenyans is much bigger than possibly all the presidents rolled together.
And Wakili, just briefly, because even the papers have captured it, they say the people's funeral. That's a Daily Nation. Yeah. And the Standard talks about the people's president. It is more about the people, not even the family, not about the administration, not about the military. It's the people.
Yeah, because I think his impact, actually, Raila Odinga's impact on people is immense and so elaborate, so cemented to the people that you could see that even when, you know, the rowdy, so to say, mourners accessed the JKI, for example, I must commend security, by the way. That's a breach, I agree, and that's wrong. International law does not allow people to access, but we must for first time commend the police for not overreacting. In fact, I'm very sure there must have been special, you know, handling of this issue, right from Murkomen, the internal security, to the police themselves. While we may critique how the security agencies understand these issues before they happen, but you could see that Raila's power and immense charisma was being felt around the airport, around Kasarani, around Parliament. And so he's people's president, no doubt. It is now being confirmed, actually, that Raila Odinga might have been winning these elections every other time.
Right. Talking about people, according to the program of the state funeral of the Right Honorable Raila Molo Odinga at the Nyayo National Stadium this morning, the expectation was that at 7 a.m., members of the public were to be seated. 7 a.m. is exactly 3 minutes from now, meaning that members of the public are expected to be at the Nyayo National Stadium as we speak, already seated ahead of the state funeral this morning. So let's get an update from there. Sheila Chelangat is our reporter on the ground. Sheila, good morning. What is happening at the Nyayo National Stadium and what is the crowd looking like?
As he had stayed for a while before he died, I mean, after leaving the presidency. Yet, you didn't see that kind of emotional attachment, that kind of a reaction from the public. So clearly, it tells you that Raila Odinga's impact in this country.
Yes.
is much more than me.
Yet even Kenyans do expect at least some semblance of order in a state funeral. That at some point we'll have some orderly performance of some protocols, because we do expect foreign heads of government and heads of state today. And what we saw yesterday, someone is hoping that, okay, fine, at some point we'll get to see. Should we expect that probably today is when we get to see some sense of order?
Fred, I think this goes deeper into how security agencies organize themselves. And I'm not a security expert, but I will tell you for free, even from the way I would operate in my own house, I think there is a bit of challenge in terms of coordinating security, especially how to handle the public and the... Nobody, you can't tell anyone that if there's an announcement that Raila is dead, that's not a normal event. And therefore, how security operatives and agencies immediately move to start planning and how to handle and what to do. I have not seen that during this funeral procession, right from India to the airport. You know, people can be excited, they can be jubilant, they can be everything, they can be angry. But the security agencies ought to have planned to know that in the event that the crowd would want to access the airport, we will befriend the crowd, we will not shoot at them, but we will get chains, we will block, we will put chains here, and they will reach up to this end. But not going with piki all the way to...
the borders on the air side. The president was there. Actually, the widow was there. They were not even able to receive officially the remains of
actually,
the
I can add in as somebody who worked within the security sector. I was a communications director at the Ministry of Interior for a couple of CSAs from Lenku, Kaiseri to Matiang'i. And one of the things that when you have a situation like this, the first thing that you do, or that would be done, is for the National Security Advisory Committee to sit down, come up with which encompasses all the security arms. We are looking at intelligence, we're looking at the national police, the military, and all the arms of the security, plus the administration. So they would sit down, come up with the standard, with the operating procedures, come up with a plan of action, look at all the various, what to anticipate. I mean, look at the scenario from more possible. What can go wrong and might go wrong, and then you anticipate that. And then from there, now you communicate that information to the public. You have a statement that states, this is what is expected, this is what we do, and then you have kind of holding. You look at the scenarios and you have kind of holdings to anticipate and ensure that you've protected areas. You see, like, let me say that the biggest challenge, for instance, to plan, you have, Raila Odinga's, and then you are planning to have viewing, public viewing in Parliament. I mean, clearly, somebody was not thinking properly.
Right.
No, but my friend, no. But you see, in Moi's time and in Kibaki's time, there was public viewing in Parliament.
And it worked.
But it was so arranged.
But this is a different person you are looking at.
No. Fred, I need to clarify something. I think this is our country and our republic. I think the National Intelligence Services, I think the military intelligence, I think the National Police Service Intelligence,
the DCI.
The DCI. Let's be honest, because we cannot hide behind posts and try. They are not pulling up their socks correctly.
They should have anticipated.
They should have.
At this time it was going to be.
Why fly Raila back home if you have not actually organized how to contain the airport? You can say, we will bring Raila, not today, we'll bring him tomorrow.
Yes. Right.
So I think and this goes deep into national security, Fred, because what message are you sending to the young people, and what message generally, what environment are you creating that we can be breached, that you can breach any institution?
Let's hope that today is better, and let's find out if today things are being conducted differently. Sheila Chelangat is now ready for that report. Sheila, good morning. How is the security situation at Nyayo Stadium ahead of the state funeral, and how is the crowd control specifically?
On that end, we have our protocol Right. Good morning, Fred and Demoli. And today I can tell you for sure that the security has been beefed up here at the Nyayo National Stadium as people, mourners, do flock in here to mourn and to join into the state funeral of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Remember that the service will be about 2 hours long. So for about 3 hours, all eyes on the nation will be transfixed here at the Nyayo National Stadium for the state funeral. And we are expecting that this state funeral will begin at about 9 a.m. And so as per the instructions yesterday from the co-chair of the planning committee, that is Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, all guests are expected to have sat here by 8 a.m. And right about now, it's final preparations of the state funeral as people, mourners begin to trickle in one by one, trying just to be part of the ceremony, which will feature full military honors as well as a service from the Anglican Church before we get tributes from the family as well as national and international leaders. And as you can see around is that there is people who are currently joining in around the stadium. It is not yet full to capacity, but it is beginning to fill up. And after the church service, after the funeral service, is when we will see that there will be another public viewing at about 2 a.m. And so right about now, I am joined by some of the people who have joined in and are here at Nyayo Stadium just to be part of the process. Labda tu, you begin with your names. Why are you here today and this early, and perhaps what will you remember former Prime Minister Raila Odinga for?
Okay, my name is Roger Sodhiambo, Pilmarch. I've just joined this morning to celebrate, to give a bid a farewell for our brother and a hero. We call him the father of democracy, and we expect so many people to come in, and that is why this morning I'm here, yes, to bid a farewell for our brother, yes.
How would you remember him?
He has fought for the democracy of this country. He has fought for freedom. The freedom we are enjoying today is because of Raila Odinga. And as you can see, the other time you can see Kenyans who are on street, and most of them were not arrested just because he fought for that freedom. And that is why we are here today morning, and we request other people to join us to give a decent send-off to our brother.
Perhaps were you among the crowds that were there yesterday to receive the body from JKIA? And how did you feel seeing the reception that the body of former Prime Minister received?
Okay, as you can see, Raila Odinga is not just a normal politician. Because yesterday you saw what happened at the JKIA. I attended personally, and we were ready even to carry the body from the JKIA to the mortuary, because we love this person so much. And even after that, we went to Kasarani, and you saw what happened. The crowd of people were there. That one tells you that this person is loved, not by an individual, but by so many. And that is why yesterday so many people came out in good numbers to receive the body, and we celebrated, because this person, there is none like this person. It is only God. Then the second person is Raila Odinga.
All right, thank you so much. We'll be joined by yet another one. Labda tu karibie, jina lako ni lipi? Umefika mapema hii leo, labda ni kwa nini, na utamkumbuka Raila Amolo Odinga vipi?
Yes, nitaanza na majina yangu. Majina yangu ni Protas Juma Ouma. Mimi ni mlio kutoka Busia County. Ile kitu ambao imefanya nirauka hapa asubuhi ni kumkumbuka Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga, yule mzee ambao tunapenda Kenya hii. Ni mtu ambao alipigania hii katiba ambao tuko nayo, hii freedom ambao tuko nayo tunajivunia kwa sababu ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila Amolo Odinga ni mtu ambao hatutawahi sahau ndani ya mioyo yetu. Tunaomba ya kwamba waheshimiwa wengine muige mfano wa Raila Amolo Odinga tafadhali, Kenya isonge mbele. Nikifuata ya mwisho, tafadhali naomba serikali Jana ile kitu ambao mlitufanyia Kasarani, tunaomba tu kwa heshima, tafadhali.
Labda nikikuuliza tu, umeamka saa ngapi na ukafika hapa saa ngapi? Na kufika hapa ilikuwa ni vipi kwako? Ilikuwa ni vigumu kufika hapa?
Kwa nyumba nimetoka saa 11 kamili nikielekea Nyayo Stadium na nikafika hapa saa 11:30 kwa sababu nimejua ya kwamba leo ni jamu itakuwa mingi ama uwanja itajaa, ndio kwa maana nimerauka mapema. Lakini jinsi vile nimekuja, nimeona dalili ndio watu wanaingia, lakini nimekuja mapema at least nipate space ya kumweka mkono wa buriani kwa Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga.
Kuingia kulikuwa vipi? Kulikuwa kugumu kuingia? Security ilikuwaje?
Nikiingia stadium security ilikuwa tight sana na security iko sawa. Tunaomba Wakenya mjitokeze mkuja kwa wingi, hakuna furugu, hakuna mambo mbaya, security iko sawa, tuko na amani.
All right, those are the sentiments of some of the people who are flocked here at the Nyayo Stadium just to bid farewell to former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Remember that yesterday there was some chaos witnessed at the Kasarani Stadium. However, today the security has been beefed up, just as, you know, these mourners have said, and these people who are flocked here, and continue, of course, to be told to be peaceful and calm even as they bid farewell to this man. We'll be giving you so much more, but first, back to you in studio, Fred.
Thank you so much, Sheila Chelagat, our reporter at the Nyayo National Stadium, the venue of the state funeral today of the late former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, who passed on Wednesday this week and whose remains were repatriated from India, where he died, back to Kenya yesterday. So I'm still in studio with Mwenda Njoka and Wakili Ishmael Nyaribo. Bwana Njoka, you may have been able to have covered a number of such events, and we are not short of them. At least in the last decade or so, we've seen 2 former heads of states being buried in Kenya, the state funeral, the kind of protocols, public viewing in parliament buildings and everything. And probably even our military and those people who arrange such events should have had enough practice by now. We've previously even had a former vice president pass on outside the country and his body repatriated back through the same airport. How come yesterday appeared a bit different?
Actually, when you mentioned the vice president, that was the late Wamalwa Kijana. And again, he was also very popular. He was part of that Odinga, he was part of Raila Odinga's team. It was very well and seamlessly organized. So as Wakili says here, there was somebody dropped the ball. And the biggest problem was that our security forces did not, it looks like something that was not, there wasn't proper planning and anticipation of what can go wrong. Because as I was mentioning earlier, for instance, I mean, you would anticipate, given the kind of a motive, the emotions that Raila, even in his life, you'd say, I mean, you'd raise in the country when he was alive. So when this man dies, you'd have anticipated. And I still go back to the issue, like for instance, having him, I mean, having a public viewing for a person of that nature in parliament. It's you are inviting a nightmare.
Yes.
Actually, the kind of chaos that would have been seen in parliament, given the proximity of all those other institutions within that area, would have been chaotic. And then also the response, okay, I would say that the response of the police, I mean the security forces, was a restraint. That you give them credit, because it would have been even more chaotic. They would have actually killed more people, or I mean, just started throwing tear gas all over the place. So there was significant restraint that prevented the situation.
Yeah, and looking at the positive side of things, I think that is true. I mean, whether there were failures, the fact that police actually now behaved maturely, very mature indeed, because people are mourning, and you want to start. I don't know why somebody was shot at Kasarani. I saw that.
The casualties were numbered 3 now.
Yeah, I don't know why, but the way the police restrained themselves all the way from the airport on the Mombasa Road and at Parliament buildings, and now they have reorganized themselves, that is commendable to the security. And I think in any protest, any riot, that is how police should actually handle themselves, because by shooting and killing, it's really a total different ballgame.
Maybe what I would add, one of the challenges, and again I'm drawing from the experience, the way I've seen those kind of incidents being handled, I'm looking at it from a media perspective and also from security, having been in comms in security sector. one of the things, fine, it is one thing for the deputy president to talk about the plans, but where is PS in internal security addressing and saying, or where is the security sector saying, this is the itinerary, this is how things are going to be. These are the arrangements we put in place. Also give assurance to the public. That seems to be lacking. What we are being told is just about how the funeral has been done. This is what these are how we've arranged. But the security component is something that should have been addressed to the public, to be told these are the arrangements.
Do you feel like, for example, the communication should have been done differently because probably the laying out of the itinerary so publicly and so openly may have affected, may have been part of the challenge?
That's one, but also even what is the security outlay? This is what we expect. This is what the public should do. These are the do's and don'ts. So you have a very clear security communication.
But who should do that? Is it the deputy president
no,
or a communications expert?
A communications expert or the PS internal secretary.
The deputy president, I think, was only speaking as co-chair of the funeral committee. Allow me to welcome Maina Mwiruri to this panel. Good morning, Bwana Mwiruri. You were with us here yesterday. Karibu sana once again, and thank you for actually agreeing to spend time with us as we continue following the events surrounding the state funeral of the former Prime Minister. We're just examining the events we saw yesterday. And yes, they say it is a people's funeral. He was the people's president, but definitely this is a state funeral, and there are protocols to be followed. And even as a veteran journalist, because you've covered Raila Odinga from back in the 90s, and even interacted with some of the stories about state funerals, especially very interesting stories around preparations for the very first state funeral in Kenya, around Jomo Kenyatta. And they said that preparations were 10 years, made 10 years earlier on how protocols were to be observed, what should happen after what. Yet, almost 40, close to 50 years later, we're still getting it wrong in as far as security is concerned. Do you agree that there were lapses yesterday and serious lapses?
Thank you, Indimuli, for having me for a second day here. If you remember yesterday we mentioned about the burial of Jaramogi, 1994, crowd control. And you remember we said at that point when he was buried in Bondo, the crowd nearly overwhelmed the security. Sometimes with the crowds, things can get out of hand completely if planning has not been done well prior to this, not the planning of the funeral, the planning of crowd handling. This one, I would first say that most of the security apparatus were forced heavily to think on their feet. There was no prediction of how this crowd could swell and behave. Starting from the airport, you saw what happened at the airport, breaching the airside, climbing up to the plane. Those were serious breaches of security. However, the security cannot be blamed solely for this. The crowd was not anticipated. The anticipation could not have predicted what kind of crowd was going to come here. However, it should be, as my colleagues have found them saying, security apparatus should be commended for how they behaved. Like changing from Bunge to Kasarani is what you call thinking on your feet. To try as much as they could to dissipate the pressure that was building relentlessly. And once it went to Kasarani, again, the crowd kept swelling. It was all they could do to handle this, watching from the TV screens. But what you've mentioned that could there have been prior planning? That one is a bit tricky. Having been editors with Mwenda Njoka, we've covered some of these things where later it emerges this funeral was arranged before the person went. Jomo Kenyatta.
Yes.
Nelson Mandela even. You remember the leak on CNN. CNN leaked, without knowing he was not yet dead, it leaked that arrangements have already been done. it's very, it can be that's a bigger breach than even handling the crowd, because it can embarrass the whole
Even you
nation.
editors have been accused of planning for people's deaths and preparing stories and headlines.
Yes,
We're ahead of
it's
time.
normal. It's normal in newsrooms where the editor-in-chief sits to anticipate some of these things, but they are top secret. Code red completely. It cannot leak. It's not even stored in the computer. You stay with it in a flash disk and keep the flash disk at home, maybe with only 2 editors. You wonder how Pope John Paul died at midnight, and in the morning, everybody had the story flowing.
Yes.
It's not done at night.
Do you get the feeling that there were no plans for this one this time around?
I think on security, because in terms of, Raila has been sick previously. He has gone for treatment and come back. So possibly there could have been an assumption that this is one of those moments. Because even look at, just flashback a bit, look at the communication that was coming from, from different sources, whether it's government and various, in terms of where Raila was for that period when he started missing in action. It's like there was a bit of a discordance in terms of the way it was executed. And I'll visit, what my colleague has mentioned. Like, for instance, I remember in just before Moi died, I remember having a communication from from Lee Njiro and the other people who used to work with Moi, seeking. That was several months when it became clear that Moi was going to die, and it was at the height of BBI. And Lee Njiro, who was Moi's press secretary, felt that possibly the government is so concentrated on other matters and they may not anticipate what might happen. He looked for me and he wanted us to organize a meeting with the then Cabinet Secretary for Interior, Dr. Fred Matiang'i. I organized for that meeting, and we had discussions with Lee Njiro and a number of other close friends of Moi, and started now looking at the political implications in the event, because he told us that was in December. He told us this man is not going to be alive for the next, by the end of December, he may not be there. Okay, he stayed on for a few more months, and that alone helped start planning. We started working on, that time I was a government printer, we started working on his obituary and building the story, but of course we're there, waiting for the family to give us the information. So again, that seems to have been lacking in this particular case.
And this is interesting that now these are stories that we probably get to, we need to learn that there were preparations to such level.
I'm shaking actually.
but surely this is what we should expect for a person of this
and that's
stature.
what I'm saying. We are soft on the security agencies because of how they managed themselves after the whole crowd was. But the existence of a nation, you remember 2024, in June, young people, breached Parliament, and there was a lot of arguments between the former deputy president and NIS and the police, how they handled that. Fred, the existence of security agencies, especially the NIS and what the military do, they are not involved in these things we are doing ourselves. This is civil activities. They're involved in covert and background and state checks.
Yes.
So they must know that you mean Raila has died? Yes. They must call a boardroom there and then, and they normally have options. What do you think will happen? This security man says this and this one says this. So for me, the security agencies knew that the crowds would go to receive BAMBA at the airport, and they did not do nothing about it. And that there would be a breach in Parliament, there would be a breach at Kasarani. They actually, if they didn't know, they anticipated. So then what do you do at that time so that either you don't get people killed, so that the airport does not look messy like that? Because that nature of what we saw may look so patriotic for Raila.
We had the president at the airport, but could not leave the pavilion. He was walking, then had to stop himself.
And then how does it look internationally when people want to come and, they are going through JKIA? So we cannot excuse that.
Actually,
what should be done, Mwenda, is the security agencies must sit together and stop keeping political notions in their minds. These are security agencies. They work for everybody, whether opposition or executive. They should divorce themselves from scandals and politics and focus on how to keep the country safe.
Actually, what I would say is that, as Wakili has mentioned, either they knew, if they didn't know or they didn't anticipate that, then that is a height of incompetence. And there's something, I mean, from my experience, there's something that somebody, start from National Security Advisory. They should have sat, or they that look at scenarios. This is what is likely to happen. And you build scenarios. I mean, it doesn't require, it's not rocket science to understand that the moment Raila Odinga body lands here, it's going to be chaos. So how do you anticipate, ensure that you manage those crowds in advance? So it's like somebody just assumed it's just any other person who has died, and everything will work in clockwork.
But a lot has changed over time. In as far as communication is concerned, Bwana Mwiruri. Even during Jomo Kenyatta's time, we did not have social media. We did not have all these things. But this time around, we were even tracking the flight from Mumbai, seconds to its landing. That definitely has changed. It's a mobilizer. Even for security purposes.
Yesterday we also mentioned that tracking and how digital technology has brought everything real time completely everywhere. There are occasions, and this is international, even in the US and in Britain, when some of the information like that can be redacted. You will be called here and Mwenda, and you will be told, this one we are not running, because it's fanning the crowd. This crowd mostly reacted to real-time information. You put blind spots, even if they are delayed, so that this crowd, by the time they know it's Kasarani, the body is already there.
Yes.
But it was being announced real-time. From now, it's now Kasarani, and we have it on the phone. Within 30 minutes, Kasarani was full. So technology can be good and challenging. Handling of technology is another cause for security forces that's given to enhance security. American president, also Kenya, I'm sure it's also here. Whenever he is moving, that office and anticipation is highly coordinated. If anything happens, like Reagan was shot in a public place, he didn't die, he survived. By the time the president is shot, you'll be surprised that even as they rush him to hospital, the committee for swearing in the deputy president already starts calling each other.
Yes.
In case he goes, you'll wonder, did they know he was dying? Because the deputy will be sworn in a short while. Some of these things are anticipated and kept behind wraps, so that should anything happen, there is no gap.
All right. One of the focal points this morning, areas of attention, is the former Prime Minister's residence in Karen, where the family is. And my colleague Mike Kagwongo is currently stationed there, of course, waiting for the family to leave on their way to Nyayo Stadium for the state funeral this morning. Mike, good morning. Bring us up to speed with what's happening at the Karen residence.
Thank you so much, Fred. Indeed, we're coming to you live from Karen residence of the late Raila Amolo Odinga. And as you can see from behind, this is the main entrance to the main house, but we have been barred from getting access because Mama Ida Odinga is in a private meeting with some of her friends, and she requested that we don't get in to probably disrupt some private meetings with her friends. And as you mentioned, today will be a busy day in terms of planning and making sure that the dignitaries and those that were planning on the burial of the late Raila Odinga will be stadium where the state mass will be taking place. And just waiting for the confirmation from the family to at what time exactly, exactly time they'll be leaving this place, headed to Parliament or Nyayo Stadium, to attend the state mass that will be taking place. Just to inform you that the body left Lee Funeral Home at about a.m. headed to Parliament, whereby later on it will be taken to Nyayo National Stadium, where the state mass will be taking place. It will be a beehive of activities, not only here at the official residence, Raila Odinga's residence, but also at the Parliament buildings and also at Nyayo National Stadium. The body will later be taken to Kisumu for ready for burial on Sunday. We have been informed that in Siaya plans are underway to make sure that where Raila Amolo Odinga, the late Raila Amolo Odinga, will be laid is actually taking shape. So we have witnessed some or a section of leaders just coming in and just to console with Mama Ida Odinga. Some of them are also coming, as you can see. We have vehicles coming around just to make sure that they condone with Mama Ida Odinga, whereby she is conducting a private meeting with her friends. We've seen a section of ladies, women just getting in to make sure that they have a good moment, perhaps to make sure that she is not alone at this difficult moment with her children, and later on when they'll be going to Nyayo National Stadium to pay her their amongst their last tributes to the late Mzee Raila Amolo Odinga. So we are here in residence, Karen residence, and we will be bringing to you live updates on whatever will be happening here, and just informing you on which leaders will be getting in here and at what exactly time. After we do confirm what exactly time will the family be leaving for Nyayo or for Parliament buildings to pay their last respect, among their last respect to Raila Amolo Odinga. So, Fred, stay tuned. We'll be bringing to you on what will be unfolding here at Karen residence here in Karen. Back to your studio, I'm Mike Kagwango.
Yes, thank you, Mike. Mike Kagongo there, bringing us up to speed with what's happening at the current residence of the former Prime Minister. Of course, that's where the family is, and we may momentarily forget about the family. They are grieving, and we'll be looking at that. But we're also beaming pictures, live pictures from Parliament, where we do expect that another activity is going to take place, a public viewing, or rather a viewing of the body of the former Prime Minister, this time around in Parliament. This was initially supposed to happen yesterday. It is one of the things that they had to divert and change the planning. And we can see the parliamentary leadership led by speakers of both houses, Moses Wetangula of the National Assembly and Amason Kingi of the Senate, there with the rest of the parliamentary leadership, majority and minority leaders, as well as parliamentary orderlies. I can see the Chief Justice, Martha Koome, also there. And we do expect that some other dignitaries will be arriving ahead of that event. Back to the issue of the family. And you look at the dailies and everyone is talking about the people. Yeah. The people. It's only the Star that's actually captured this iconic photo on the front page. It's there on the inside pages. And this is a kind of coverage because one of those photos that you rarely get to see. Mwenda Njoka, as a journalist, what do you feel about this photo?
Yeah. Actually, the Star has really captured the essence of this, because again, as you rightly put it, right now we are just talking about Raila Odinga and the influence he has had on the country. We are not looking at the impact also. We are not looking at how the family, that was the core of what he was doing, has been. And one person that has not been given as much attention in this from actually Raila's image eclipsed everybody. Ida has been a very central part of Raila's life, both in public and in private. And especially, I would say, for instance, when he got detained in 1982, Ida used to be, she was a teacher at Kenya High School. And at some point, because they used to live in the school there, and they used to live within the school compound. At some point, because there were attempts to try to break Raila, to get him to generally break and be conformist to the Nyayo philosophy, he didn't do so. He continued being defiant. His father, the late Jaramogi, was also the same. So what happened, the state, she was fired, she was evicted from the school, and they had to go and live with Jaramogi wherever he was living. But as a family, she still stayed steadfast. A lot of families would have collapsed because of that. She has always been the backbone. But I think the media has not given her as much attention as they should. I think I like that, the emotions captured in that picture in the Star says a lot of.
And in the day and age of technology, many people may just see this as a very normal photo. After all, we do take photos. But seeing his last-born daughter in that position, handing that fedora hat to the widow of the former Prime Minister, with the President standing right next, this is probably one of the most iconic photos, Bwana Mwiruri, of our time.
Yeah.
This photo will be, that's a very creative editor first, I'll say. I've read a lot of these biographies. There is a Kennedy moment like this, the day Kennedy was being buried. The little son stepped forward and saluted. That picture is enduring up to today. This picture is very powerful. It's like, I saw someone yesterday say, it's like she's saying, Mom, it's true, she's gone, he's gone. Very emotive. Some of these pictures indeed create a bigger impact than what everybody will put. Because if it's the crowds, we saw. If it's landing and everything, we saw. But a good photographer now captured this. It's a very iconic moment. And more will happen as we move forward with these burial preparations and the funeral on Sunday. And another thing, you've seen your reporter here saying today they've been locked out of Karen. It should now remain like that. Yeah. That home should be no-go zone.
You've even seen some elite officers.
Completely, no-go zone. Day one, there was no control. You saw people entered to the living room. In Bondo, the same. People entered up to the family living room, and you know, that's total sheer disorder for the family. Things could be disrupted and everything. So today there should be no excuse for security where it should be. Condon out Karen, Bondo. This parliament one now looks very controlled. Yes. Today I think now they are ahead of things. And even leaving parliament, going to Nyayo should be very controlled. So that they could even lock out to Huruhawi until the body arrives.
Yes.
And how anticipate when the crowd comes, even if the queue has to stretch up to Mombasa Road, let the queue stretch, but let there be no mob surging. There should
be order.
There should be order.
We've talked about how larger than life Raila Odinga was, but he was a husband and a father. And probably that is captured here. You look at the face of the widow. This is a first face image of the widow in that somber mood and with the daughter in that crouching position.
Yes.
This is very powerful.
Thank you. Fred, you know, we have lost dignitaries in this country, and we also have their funeral, how they happened and the pictures that were taken. I really was waiting to comment about Raila as an ordinary human being and as a family person, and the pressure he gives us as professionals in any area, whether you are a politician, whether you are a historian, teacher, lawyer, doctor. Despite the busy schedule, it appears to me that Raila structured his family in such a manner that it was still running, whether it was in most cases under Ida, but it seems that there was a conscious and intentional structure in Raila's home to recognize family. That is why you see the last-born daughter doing that to her mom. It is not probably something every other family can achieve. And I think this is very important for familyhood in the country. Raila was a family man. Despite his busy schedule as a politician, he paid a lot of, he put in a lot of capital to familyhood and how people should relate within family. His own children and his wife, first and foremost. Then, of course, the brotherhood, I mean, the good friendship they have with his brothers and the larger Jaramogi family, that is also there. But what I pick from Raila Odinga, despite how far high you go, you must put a tap to family. You must train your children. You must be there for your partner. You know, this is what I see in terms of how he brought up his family.
Yes, and the family definitely, even as we lose a very consequential political leader, the family is losing its icon, its the beaming light. We may forget that as a country, as everyone is rushing to mourn Raila Odinga in their own way, but the family is also in mourning and they're grieving.
Yeah.
And probably we're not giving them enough time to do so as well, because it's a state funeral and everyone believes we own a bit of Raila.
Yeah, because the focus is on Raila. But the fact that, what I would like to see or say is that he has maintained, I mean, the fact that his family has been intact all those years, because he has been through hell and back. I mean, besides also the good time, besides the detentions, the time he has been, it has not been a smooth running for him all through. At every election, you'd find that he is a villain, and then he comes back. But somehow the family has, what I would like to credit, just as Nyaribo has said, is the fact that that family has still maintained, I mean, you've not had any discord. The family has been maintained as a unit throughout that period. And in his absence, when you'd be in trouble, it's like actually a conscious effort. His elder brother, Oburu, would always be there as almost like a state first, as the guardian of the family, while Raila would be out there doing what he did best, whether it's activism or politicking. Yeah. So for the family aspect, he has actually I would say it's something. It's actually a situation that requires some study, how he has managed that. I would put it.
And even for the media, because a lot of this, we've not, apart from some of the photos, very few media outlets are talking about the family. Many people are just focusing on Raila, the history, political history, not Raila Odinga, the family man. Do you think that probably we're missing out on some of the aspects of this great gentleman?
Actually, it's not missing out. It's the big story will have to be what stays on the headline. The death, what we saw yesterday, what will happen today at Nyayo, the speeches, will stay on top, because that's exactly what the whole country is yearning for to hear. Even if you watch it the whole day, you will still want to see it in the TV in the evening and tomorrow. However, in the newsroom, there's something called the sidebar. The sidebar is this now also is happening, and that's where the family comes in. And every good editor will not leave out the family. You'll want to talk to continuously, or even after the funeral, you'll want to talk to Ida. Everybody will be looking for her. Raila Jr., the daughter. These ones will keep happening. The family will remain in this, though for now they are being sidelined by the main story. But I can assure you, no editor will put the family first here, yet the big story is what must.
Yes, it's about the people, and that's the front page of the Standard, the people's president. And according to the Daily Nation, it's the people's funeral. Yes, it is all about the people. Yes, and I do anticipate that the president may be arriving at Parliament buildings anytime now. I've seen some of his protocol officers, meaning that the president will also be heading to Parliament, where the body of the former Prime Minister is currently stationed, and there will be another viewing of the body today. This was initially planned for yesterday. It did not get to happen because of the crowds that overpowered the security apparatus of the country and forcing everything to be, the protocol and program to be adjusted, and the body had to be moved to Kasarani, where members of the public got an opportunity to view it. But this morning, the leadership of Parliament, the membership of both houses of Parliament, that's the Senate and the National Assembly, will be getting their moment today. How important is this, the House of Legislation, that in a state funeral like this, they still found it important, despite the time constraints, that they still have to take the body?
Because the time constraints, the security concerns, but because again, also having been, I mean, given the position is that besides also having been a member of that house, the kind of, I mean, as a leader in this country, we said, it says a king would not get enthroned. Being, I mean, it's a, we would call it the last honor for him. It would have been a very amiss if it happened that he is buried without having passed through Parliament. It's a traditional, it's a traditional process for a dignitary of that stature to go and be laid there in Parliament as a last, I mean, as a last rite. So it's something that it would have been a big amiss for it not to happen, that the body is laid there in state, and for the public, or for not necessarily public, but for his colleagues, for his peers to go and view him from there.
Yes, and many younger Kenyans may not even have interacted with Raila Odinga as a legislator, as a debater in the House. They found him as a person who runs for president, and probably at that level as ODM leader, but not as a member of Parliament.
Yeah, and I was laughing when and you know, almost everybody in Parliament, in fact, the younger parliamentarians probably just read about him, but these were, you know, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Wetangula, and Kingi, and talk about the Chief Justice, and all these people have interacted with Raila Odinga. In fact, he has influenced them. In fact, Raila has influenced much of the politics and politicians who are now, you know, behind the scenes. Even when people say, "Oh, Raila, what?" These guys will not, it's now evident that they have to take his body to Parliament. He's not a parliamentarian. He was a parliamentarian once. He's a former prime minister. So you can see that at an individual level, everyone understands that this guy here influenced my political career. So very important when you look at people eventually owning up to what is factual and owning up to you know, the issues they normally argue about. They're not at play over here. So it's very important to understand you know, Raila's stature as a person. And without dispute, he's a people's president, actually, as you said.
But Mwirore, you must have interacted with the former Prime Minister while he was Member of Parliament for Langata constituency. Give us a bit of that. How was he as a parliamentary, as a Member of Parliament, as a debater inside the House?
Raila is, first about bringing him to Parliament, these are moments also where, because this one is very well controlled, all the dignitaries who would have liked to view him can come here now. Because Nyayo, after Nyayo, it's Kisumu. And so this is a moment for international, local dignitaries to come and view him. And he's being given the status of a statesman because of who he has been. And the highest level of office he rose to officially was the Prime Minister. Indeed, that is the justification behind the 19-gun salute that will happen on the last day. Had he not been Prime Minister, it may have had to get special approval. But being Prime Minister was the equivalent of sharing that office with the President. We covered him a lot, and he was one of the politicians many journalists and editors would have liked to cover, because he was never without a story. Even when he sometimes does nothing, he was always someone to cover. You remember there are times newspaper editors know, we call it, he sells the newspapers. Whenever you put him in the front page, it sells. There are times you would have him on prolonged periods, especially during controversial times. He had many controversial times. And many times when you put him in the front, you know, Raila sells. And not just him, he commanded a lot of following on his wing, mostly when he was in the opposition. he commanded a lot of following. So even if you are not covering him, you are covering the opposition who follow him. And most moments were of controversy. He wore controversy like a gown most of the times. He never shied away from pushing for what he wanted. He was, as an editor, we still remember many times, whether in parliament or outside, he pushed, and he did not push shyly. The most memorable time of Raila Odinga was at the beginning of going solo. When his father died in '94, it was automatic, he's going to take Ford Kenya. But no, Jaramogi did not leave it to him. Wamalwa was number 2. So Wamalwa claimed it. Raila also wanted it. And the most enduring image is Thika Town, where they went for what was supposed to be a reconciliation rally. And former ACK Bishop Kuria, he was supposed to reconcile them. But when they sat at the podium in Thika Stadium, I was a young reporter. Hell broke loose. I've never seen so many stones in the air at the same time.
This is where Raila Odinga holds his heart like this under a table.
That is the moment. That is the moment. He lived his life in a controversial way. And it is seeming to follow him all the way to the end.
Actually, I remember that particular scene at Thika Stadium, where there's a photo, I don't know why it disappeared to. There's one of those moments that, Raila Odinga has always been seen as a very brave person, but there's a photo that disappeared where he's, besides the one with the heart like that, there's one that he literally took a dive under the table. That photo disappeared. I don't know where it went to. Then now the strange thing.
It's not even on social media.
Yeah, that's another story. But the strange thing is that Wamalwa was viewed as a diplomat and a quiet. And when you compare the two of them, you'd say Raila was a brave one. Wamalwa was, I don't want to say coward, but Wamalwa just sat there. I remember even with that Fedora hat written tailor-made, quietly. Everything went on, and it's an amazing photo, but disappeared.
Yeah, but you know...
Just before that, there's also something else about Raila that also people seem to have forgotten. Remember when, as Mwiruri has mentioned, that I mean the fight being within Ford, the original Ford, which became Ford Kenya. At that time, after the fallout, you know, Raila also is one of the few Kenyan politicians who decided, since he has fallen out, you resign his parliamentary seat and seek it on a new party. And he actually, that's a very daring thing to do. He resigned, he went on NDP, is it NDP? Yeah, NDP, and he won
the same seat. He won back the same seat.
And not that there was, I mean, that time, he's dealing with the opposition who are also fighting him. He's also dealing with Moi, but he won the seat back. That's something that, again, when you look at him, there is a very complex and person who has, I mean, that to me, that was one of those things you would say it was a moment of principle, because you would have lost that. Chances of losing that seat were very high.
And none of the current members of parliament would dare do that, resign from your position as MP and seek re-election.
No, I just wanted to say Raila was brave. Raila is brave, despite ducking a stone. That's not an issue. I mean, when you are so brave, it doesn't mean you will stand up and then get an arrow shot at you. And there's something Mwiruri spoke about, how Jaramogi left leadership to Wamalwa and not his son. Fred, this is a big story. I hope in the coming week we will discuss this generosity of Jaramogi. And remember, Jaramogi again in 1963 refused to shortchange Kenyatta and said he must come out for us to do proper structures. So today, now I'm talking today, we've not buried Raila Odinga, but his brother has been given the mantle to steer the ODM party. Raila is not yet buried, but they've handed over the NDC or ODM have already asked his brother to. So this is critical. Let's not deviate from the funeral, but this is an issue we want to look at.
Yes.
Are you maintaining the generosity of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga of not necessarily cocooning the party within the Luo Nyanza, but giving it the best fit in the ODM political party? That's another story. I don't want to be the one.
We'll be discussing that.
Actually, I would like to add on that because I remember the formation of the original FORD, that's now Forum for Restoration of Democracy, that gave birth to the fight for multi-party in Kenya in 1992. Which happened in 1992. At that time, they used to be at a place called Ajip House. Mururi, I think you remember that. Yeah, at that time, Jaramogi, Jaramogi was surrounded by the young thugs of Raila Odinga, Wamalwa Kijana, people like Dr. Muhisa Kitui, Paul Muite, Anyang' Nyong'o, and James Orengo. So also and Kitobi Manyara there. You also and Kiraitu Murungi. These are the young thugs who are. These were the would call them the soldiers behind Jaramogi. And what you'd notice, because we used to cover them quite a lot, we were constantly in engagement with them. What you'd notice was that all these ones, Raila's approach to things was very different. Raila wanted at that time, and I spoke about that the other day. At that time, Raila wanted things to happen there and then. It was actually a very, I see two different Railas. He was
quite abrasive, yes.
Yeah, he was very abrasive, and he didn't countenance a situation where Moi would stay in power a day longer than would happen.
All right.
And that is, again, now, when I look back in retrospect, that could be the fact. Jaramogi had a different view, and he seemed to lean towards the more pragmatic, the more diplomatic, Wamalwa Kijana, Paul Muite, and others. So he started sidelining, and I remember we covered, there was a bit of a difference.
Are we looking for those values and virtues in leaders? That's my point. Yeah. Jaramogi could easily say, it's my son. But is leadership looking for people with those values and virtues?
And do we anticipate that?
No, it's okay. I was really touched.
Oh, okay. Are we looking at this in anticipation of the transition that's coming? Because there will be a political transition. The way he was not first choice for his father.
And he sort of realized that possibly, because at that time he was a man in a hurry. He realized this man needs time to grow, and with
He's
time
not ready
you
yet.
grow. He was not ready. That's what. Yet he actually there was also Oburu in that mix. He actually had two sons who would have, and other members of the family, people like Israel Agina, who are also within that mix. But Jaramogi looked far, and he saw here. I think if I put my son here, at this point in time, it may not work.
Exactly. And so he was objective, Fred.
Very objective.
He was very objective. And Raila Odinga himself has been living all along with his brother, with Anyang' Nyong'o, with Sifuna, with Orengo. And he chose to look at Sifuna, for example, and did not look at Oburu right there, isn't it? So he looked at Ososi, he has looked at Simbarati. So when we are talking about, succession in political party structures, I think that it will be a honor to Raila Odinga if we maintain the spirit of democracy and allow people to climb their structures, not because they have a special affinity to you or they are from your family, but because it will be good for the party. If you bring in people with certain talent, certain,
a lot of criticism has been directed towards Raila Odinga in how he appeared or not to manage his own succession. But throughout this year, when he went to the AUC, he was seeking the position there, he handed over the party to Anyang' Nyong'o. He came back, he ensured that those who are in top leadership got jobs in government, and a new level of leadership came in, a new chairperson, new deputy party leaders, and the SG was still there. Do you think that he managed his succession well as far as the party structures are concerned?
He may have, looking at it now, he had a lot of balancing act to do. Because being the leader who was unchallenged completely in his party and in his region, the way he would seem to hand over would not sometimes go unchallenged. There was a lot of talk of who will take over. It has been there a lot. Who can take over from Jack Home, the chairman? It has always been there. So, as you're saying, the way we saw him leaving it to Anyang' Nyong'o, he must have been alive to this fact that you cannot seem to gravitate back towards family with this party. That's why we were saying yesterday, though they are saying it's interim, handing it over to Oburu, if he were to select, he may not have gone that way.
Exactly.
That would not have been his choice.
Exactly.
Yes, and there is a lot of proof and evidence in his past.
And Mwiruri, look, in Kisii, people booed Raila Odinga. Here in the national office, SG has totally been like speaking a different language. At least some people say that is still Raila's language, but he, Sifuna has been sort of going, against Raila's sentiments. But Raila did not authorize removal of such people.
And actually,
he actually allowed people.
And he defended him.
And he kept saying, ODM is a liberal, it's a democratic party, and people can speak their minds, but finally when we take a stand, it is a stand. And that is what he stood for, democracy. So I think if the ODM brigades now want to coil back to family, I think actually that would be the beginning of the end of that party. They should allow the party to be robust and democratic, and it's a national party. It should have that image, and they should follow the spirit of Raila Odinga.
Do you understand the attempt to still cling on to the Odinga name?
I think it's because also of that perception.
Yes.
This is a name, Odinga, the Odinga name, or you would call it the Odingaism, has been part of the Kenya's politics for the last 60 years, right from even from pre-independence, actually. So there's that feeling that possibly, I would imagine, there's that fear that without an Odinga in that mix, the party might not thrive. But the danger with that is that, the Jaramogi never imposed Raila. He actually gave him time to thrive. So, and right now, the person they are leaving the party is even older than the older brother. If Raila has died at 82, at 80, his brother is much older than 80. So again, there's quite a bit of a challenge here.
But this is not the first time we're seeing this attempt to cling on to some of the big names and dynasties. President Daniel Moi went back to a Kenyatta family to pick his chosen successor.
And it didn't work.
Yes.
I remember, he did that in 2002. It didn't work. It took time for Kenyatta to become president much later.
We're seeing William Ruto now going back for Moi.
But Fred, what are you saying? You're saying that Moi handed over KANU to
Kenyatta.
He attempted to do so.
But my point is...
The ODM party is now just looking for a name. And the names we have to play with here, and look at it this way. When you talk about political dynasties in Kenya, it's either Moi, Kenyatta, Odinga. And any party wants to have an affinity to one of those names. We've seen William Ruto going back for Moi. That was significant, despite the fact that Gideon Moi may not have that clout at the national level. But just the name Moi. And do you agree that probably even ODM has that same feeling, Bwana Mwiruri, that we need to cling on to this name?
Yeah, some of these successions do not happen in a vacuum. Like they happen when, on the side, the person on the top is facing another challenging moment. Election is coming, 2027. For Moi, when he gave to Uhuru, when the man he was too young. In the headlines we used to say that he's trying to make a man out of a boy.
Yeah.
Moi was looking ahead, definitely. Now looking with hindsight, then we didn't know. And you may have thought he was in control of his succession, but looking back at that time, he may have been lost completely because of the challenge ahead of him. Same with what we are seeing here. You may think ODM has it all together right now. They are not. There is a big challenge coming. How will this party hold? No wonder they say that it's interim. And we can predict here, Oburu may not be the one to take this party ahead. Things will change. Once the dust settles after this funeral, ODM will have to face a moment of reckoning.
Yes.
In that leadership, who will take us ahead?
Because discussions around dynasties has been a big one.
Yeah.
And it's about these names that we're talking about here.
Yes.
Everyone would want to be linked to one of those names.
Yeah, let me finish. Even when Moi left to Uhuru, he lost. Then came Kibaki. Going to 2007, Uhuru had wandered even towards ODM. It can show you the kind of settling that needs to be done before it takes shape. Uhuru at one time left completely and headed towards supporting Raila's side. Then he moved back after the 2007 debacle. Same will face most of these parties when there is a moment of reckoning like this one. So ODM, what we are seeing cannot be said ODM will now be led by Oburu. Expect many changes.
Is this the end of the Odinga or the Oginga political dynasty?
So actually,
that's a question.
When you look at within the family, you don't see. I mean, there's no clarity in terms of who within the Odinga family will take over the mantle, because at some point it appeared like his son Castro Fidel would have been. And then unfortunately, what happened? It's like there's almost a deliberate effort to groom. And then since then, the other son, Junior, the daughters, none of them has appeared to have the mentor. Maybe possibly moving forward, because again, also it's circumstances that make leaders. In the fact that Raila has passed on may create a situation where even one of the daughters might come to take over the name. I'm looking at because one of the daughters, I think there was one who was supposed to run in Langata, and then something happened. She didn't. So, but as we stand right now, there's no clarity in terms of who will take over the mantle of Raila or of Odingaism within that family.
Fred, we are leaving God out of this so much. I mean, he also is controlling these happenings because, like he says clearly, even the dynasties also rely on the cooperation of the people. And that is why Raila Odinga, by the way, has come out as the most powerful of all the dynasties you can think about, because he always went back to the people. He makes himself look poor, look weak, and then he scoops energy from power and energy from people. Then all of a sudden, I mean, after elections, he was hitting himself here, falling down, doing what, but then all of a sudden, he again bounces back because he went to the people. Dynasties depend on us. They are not operating in a vacuum. They are not, in fact, without us, they would not even be dynasties. So even as we look ahead, in terms of ODM, for example, there must be a willingness within ODM to let the party belong to the people. Dynasty will sort itself. After some time, there will be somebody from these families who will come up. Moi gave it to Uhuru. I mean, he did not retain it in the family, but it came back to Gideon.
Even give to Gideon.
Yeah, but it came back to him.
Even after Kenyatta won, there was a long period where the Kenyatta family was very quiet.
Thank you. So even now, there should be no panic just because of 2027, because you want probably to assuage and please a particular corner, a particular political corner. That should not happen. Let ODM grow. Let ODM go to the people. Let the people elect their leadership. The dynasty will sort itself.
All right, and I can see some heightened activity within the precincts of Parliament, as I think it's in anticipation of the arrival of President William Ruto. We had seen some of his protocol officers there, and I can see the parliamentary leadership, a number of cabinet secretaries as well, lining up, ready to receive President William Ruto there, ahead of the viewing of the body of the late Raila Amolo Odinga. This activity you are seeing in Parliament was initially supposed to happen yesterday. It was part of the initial planning of ceremonies around the state funeral of the former Prime Minister. Because of what transpired with the uncontrollable crowds at the airport, this was not able to happen. The body was moved to the Kasarani, where I think it was even processed at the Kasarani, which is something else that ideally after the flight from India, the anticipation was that this body was to be taken to Leaf Funeral for processing so that they can be able to publicly view it. But they forced all these processes to happen at the Kasarani. Have you ever seen this happen before, Bwana?
As we said earlier, there was a lot not unanticipated. So there was no way they were going to reach Lee. So even without visual evidence, we have circumstantial evidence. that the body must have been prepared. Lee must have come to prepare the body at Kasarani. Because traditionally, if a body arrives on the aircraft overnight, it's not in viewing status. So it's crowd pressure and a lot of unanticipated things.
Yes, and you can see President William Ruto, accompanied by the First Lady, have arrived at Parliament buildings, where at least today there's quite some order. There's a lot of order in Parliament, scenes that are starkly different from what we saw yesterday. The crowds even made away with one of the main gates to Parliament, and they were climbing flag posts. But today at least there's a lot of order, somber mood there. Most of these politicians and senior government officials dressed in black, ready to pay their respects to the former Prime Minister. There will be a viewing of the body of the former Prime Minister. I do not know if this will be in full view of the public as well. I do not know if the media has been allowed inside. So far, we've not seen the setup inside. Yesterday, they had a setup where the body was going to lay in state. They had to remove it. That's the other thing I wanted to ask. Because we've seen the presidents who've died or retired presidents who've died, and they're laid in an open flatbed. But we saw yesterday at Kasarani, it was an open casket. And probably Kijana Wamalwa's was also an open casket. I am not
I think what I would like, because of, that was an emergency viewing. It wasn't planned to be like that. So as Maina is mentioning, the body should have gone to Lee to be prepared, and then it is ready for viewing. But now under the circumstances, I think they had to make a makeshift arrangement, and that's why possibly it couldn't be done the way it was. And then again, also look at the timelines. The previously, we didn't have we are looking at 2 hours. He died and he was here within a very short time. So there wasn't enough time to prepare him to be in a good state for that. So I don't know.
Fred, this is very interesting. It's important for Kenyans to understand something called people's power. Nothing can defeat that. People's power. Even in elections, people's power. If people as a nation stand together and decide we want to do this, they can't even allow a casket to be taken to Lee Funeral Home for preparation. That is how critical it is. In fact, what we don't know is the other side of leadership. The other side of leadership, those in power, may appear to be extremely powerful, but the people, we the people, are actually more powerful than any gun, than any leadership that you can think about. So it's very important. I just wanted to introduce that aspect, that we have our own destiny in our hands. We can decide what we really want to do.
Yes, President William Ruto, as well as the parliamentary leadership, have gone into parliament buildings. Unfortunately, we do not have live pictures of what's happening inside. What we do expect is that they are currently proceeding on to view the body of the former Prime Minister, which should, for the next 1 or 2 hours, probably lie in state there before it's transported to the Nyayo Stadium. And definitely much heavier security than we saw yesterday. Elite officers present at Parliament buildings. Well, Parliament buildings have seen quite a number of security breaches in the last 2 years or so. Yesterday, people were on the roof and everywhere else.
Completely with the doors.
Yes, and made away with one of the gates. But it would have been very interesting to see what's exactly happening inside. Probably we'll get pictures later on. But yes, on this issue of, because many people may not understand, and I also am looking at you because probably you've been there before. Michael Omalo Kijana, was he laid on an open bed or was it an open casket? And what's the difference between an open casket and, or is the other one reserved only for former heads of state?
Because the one I remember vividly, I remember seeing images of Kenyatta in an open.
Yes.
Open there. Kibaki also was open.
Even Daniel Moi.
Moi was more
even Daniel Moi.
Moi was also open. Kijana Wamalwa.
I covered, I covered Wamalwa as a writer at the Standard. Here in Nairobi, then we flew to Bungoma, Kitale. Most of his transfers were done by chopper. He was viewed inside a casket.
It was an open casket, even in Parliament. Because
even in Parliament, yes.
It was an open
Parliament, he was viewed inside a casket. And then he was taken to Bungoma, then Kitale.
So probably that would inform us that the former heads of state that have died, probably Jomo Kenyatta, Moi and Mwai Kibaki, that honor was only reserved for people of that status. Okay.
And talking of Wamalwa, at one time the state was also excluded from now handling him to being handled by the clan. When he arrived in Kitale, the state had to conform to an arrangement of spending the last night overnight in his Kitale home. The following morning, before Kibaki arrived, there was a viewing, family viewing, and the villagers. It was quite orderly. And at the end of putting him into the grave, everybody withdrew. Only the his Bayengele clan elders came there and did some rituals before finally Kibaki came to put him.
And it's interesting that in one of the dailies they're talking about the burial rites that used to be there, probably Teroburu and other Luo rites, and whether or not those will be witnessed during Raila.
And remember, there was that incident that almost happened, where there's an attempt to try and delay the process. Some people had gone to court and trying to get an order to delay the process to conform with the clan rights. But that didn't happen. The court said it didn't have a basis for that.
I think your question is why Raila is in closed casket. And
it's an open casket and not openly for the people to view the entire body.
Yeah, like how it happened I remember going to Parliament for both Kibaki and Moi, and we could see they were just lying there in a flat bed. I don't know, and I do not see a legal basis for that, but I think it's the desire to have the whole body exposed, because it is...
and it's not an accident.
It's people's president, and the body is not in bad shape. They protect it. And when you go there, you actually see as if this person is still alive, so to say. So, and for this one, just like Mwendas mentioned, he did not go to Lee. He was in a coffin from India. They could not have put him in an open bed, isn't it? And then people went all the way to the aeroplane, to the aircraft. They were, I don't know, they thought the body is coming from the passenger side, and the body was, So I think there was no time. That's the only imagination I can have. There was no time to...
Probably things will be different in Parliament. I'm sure pictures will come out of there on how they conducted the viewing in Parliament. But there's something that has also emerged here, that we are seeing when we're looking at a state funeral, that there are different aspects. There's the government side, there's a family, there's a military, and then there's this people. That yes, we may have allowed the people to view the body yesterday, maybe not in Parliament, but now we are seeing that in Parliament, it is the leadership of the country, not the family. We're seeing the Chief Justice there, the President, and leadership of the Houses of Legislation. These are just some of the protocols that in a state funeral have to be observed. Family has stayed away from this one. We can see on one of our split screens, the home. We're still focusing on the home. The family is even yet to leave Karen.
Now it's in the hands of the state. This part of the state arrangements. The family will likely still come here at Parliament for viewing before going to Nyayo. We are yet to see that. But here now the protocol is completely state. And you can even see most of the officers now manning these are not police, is the military. So state, basically you receive a military protocols burial.
Where the state takes precedence even ahead of the family and anyone else.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
But
we are okay.
Yes,
Fred, this is an opposition leader. Let's be honest. Much as
he's a former prime minister.
Much as he's shaking hands.
He's a principal.
He's the aura around him. The name we know, Raila, is he is an opposition leader in the country. He never became president. Though in all respects he was, because he worked with every president. I think somewhere along the way he realized how Kenyans are not able to really propel him to office, and he decided to bring unity by shaking hands with everybody. So what am I trying to say? Where is the opposition in this state planning?
Actually,
where is Kalonzo Musyoka in this estate planning? I mean, we're not seeing them come out. It's like their brother is just being stolen, and they are not being invited.
Kalonzo Musyoka, for example,
to be on the forefront.
Let's excuse Kalonzo Musyoka. He learned of the death of the former Prime Minister while he had just arrived in London, and by yesterday evening he sent out a statement saying that he was on his way back.
But there is Wamalwa, there is Matiang'i.
Wakili has raised a very fundamental point. Actually, that is something. It's like because for all purposes, Odinga, Raila, has not been known. I mean, he has never held, apart from being a prime minister at one point, he has never been a president of this country. Yet, I mean, even within this, the handshake he has with the President Ruto, the national, I mean, the government, the being part of the government, he doesn't have any position. He has no.
In fact, all international reporting is saying the Kenya opposition leader.
Yeah. So the question that is asking, where is Fred Matiang'i? Where are all the where Kina Wamalwa? Where is Mother Karua? Is it that the state has put them aside, or they are not?
Right. So it will be interesting to see if at all they'll show up at the Nyayo National Stadium for the state funeral. We do have live pictures from Nyayo Stadium. Quite a number of Kenyans Mourners have already arrived there. And I think immediately after this process in Parliament, the body now will head to Nyayo Stadium. But the other interesting bit is that as we go step by step, yes, there's the people, the state, and then the family. That after Nyayo Stadium, the body will then be taken to his current residence for an overnight stay. Now, all these things have to be pre-planned, that you have to bring all these aspects of this leader together, the state, the family, and the people.
First, back to state funeral and why he deserves the rights, the military rights that will be carried out, including, and that's very, very important. That's why indeed you realize this is a state funeral. The gun salute. It's not given to a civilian completely. Moi did not die in office. Kibaki did not die in office. By the time they are dying, they are civilians. But they were given state funerals as a ode to their former commander-in-chiefs. For Raila Odinga, the only official state leadership he held was the prime minister.
And that was not commander-in-chief.
No, not commander-in-chief. Let me come to that. I was trying to research yesterday. He shared it with Mwai Kibaki. One the president, the other one the prime minister. And you remember those days, a lot of the things they said in consultation. He was in national leadership. It is only to the prime ministership that this state funeral is owed. Not because of MP, not because of Langata MP or opposition leader. It's being done as, and you can notice they are referring to him as former prime minister throughout, former prime minister. And you did not have been commander-in-chief to get a military funeral. You may have former vice president can receive this. Wamalwa was a former vice president. He received a state funeral.
How was Saitoti's, by the way? I'm trying to remember how was Saitoti's funeral. Although he died under mysterious circumstances. How was his funeral? Do you remember possibly?
Because with Saitoti, as a former vice president, we did not get to see him laying in state. Of course, it was a nasty accident. But even the casket was never taken to Parliament, was it?
No, was never taken to Parliament. There were no viewings of those bodies because you remember the state was too bad. They burnt in a helicopter. But Saitoti was not given a state funeral. I think a decision has to be made. It could be at the discretion of the president.
It is the president's proclamation whether or not someone will receive a state funeral. I can see one of our screens featuring members of the Odinga family, Raila Odinga Jr. and Winnie Odinga. And I'm yet to understand whether that is in Karen or at Parliament buildings.
It looks like Parliament.
So they could be present, the family could also be present at Parliament buildings for the viewing of the body of the late Prime Minister. And yes, so now we're seeing it becoming more elaborate. There may have been chaos yesterday, but at least today, the second day of the national mourning, things are opening up and we're seeing more clarity, more order. But now the anticipation is that if at all there were crowds in Nairobi yesterday, then Kisumu tomorrow will be something else. Bonanjoka.
Yeah, Kisumu, as we mentioned, that is now the epicenter of Odinga. I mean, the family and the dynasty and everything. So, and then again, given, I mean, if you've seen emotions in Nairobi, expect possibly 10 times what we've seen.
How was it for Jaramogi? Because I know that was also huge.
Yeah, for Jaramogi, it was huge. Again, also, I remember that was 94. For Jaramogi, it was huge, but somehow it wasn't. I'm looking at the two, I think Raila has had a much more emotive connection with the Kenyans than Jaramogi. It wasn't this level of funeral. I remember that the way, in terms of possibly the other funeral you'd say was as emotive within that community, but given the circumstances under which the person was Tom Mboya, Tom Mboya's was very emotive, but again, it's the circumstances. But for Jaramogi, it wasn't as emotive as the way we are going to see.
Kisumu has been known to be problematic, especially when it comes to crowd control, and this is over the years. But this time, the police and security apparatus should be ready for what could transpire in Kisumu.
Okay, first, let me add on to what Mwenda was saying on.
And there you have it. Yes, finally, the body of the late Prime Minister, not this time around, not in a casket, on an open bed. And I think this is just the fourth Kenyan we've seen receiving this level of honor in Parliament. It's only Jomo Kenyatta, Mwai Kibaki, then President Moi after that, and now Raila Odinga. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, that speaks of the huge personality, the huge persona of Raila Odinga. But you know, you are saying the kind of commotion that you expect to see. We see now they are very orderly. This is what happened to former President Moi and Kibaki. And now I think it's getting, better order right in Parliament. And we believe that if the security organs coordinate their activities in Kisumu, you know, when people cry, by the way, when people mourn, you may, even in our usual homes, when people mourn, there are people who actually get completely overtaken by emotions. And you may think that they are trying to act, but there are people who get out of this world and they really get teleported to emotions that you cannot control. So, and I think if you have seen Kenyans mourn Raila Odinga like this, Kenyans who are not from Luo Nyanza, if I may say, so what do you expect of people of Siaya, people of Kisumu, whose entire lifetime has depended on Raila Odinga? So both to teach them politics, to, teach them farming, teach them education, inspire them to do this and that. So there will be a lot of emotional outbursts. But again, as we said, security agencies should anticipate this to happen, and therefore should be able, the way they have been friendly at the airport and at the Kasarani, they should be able to walk with the people, not necessarily overreact to them, but to walk with the people and also, have, empathize with them and appreciate the fact that this is a painful moment for both the Odinga family and the people of Siaya and the rest of Kenya.
Yes, Bwana Mwiruri.
I was mentioning what Mwenda said about why Jaramogi's may not have been as emotive as this one. If you remember, Jaramogi had a wide hiatus gap. A generation did not know him well. Having been an independent time leader, after Kenyatta and the way he was treated and shunned, entirely during Moi time, who continued putting him under house arrest at Jericho. Jaramogi was out of public limelight for long. Indeed, he returned after multi-party. So, and he only stayed for, after elections 92, only 2 years. Then he died. He was not as well known as a son who has captivated.
This time around, we do expect a lot of more activity.
Yeah.
I want us now to go to Parliament. We listen into this service that's currently going on, led by a number of church leaders, even as the body of Raila Odinga, the former Prime Minister, lays in state inside Parliament buildings.
And I'll guide you on the order. family. Let's have the family.
Trip on a sailing ship, and when I reached India, I made a stop. And I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I have to live a little girl in Bondo town. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I have to leave a little girl in Bondo town. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around.
His Excellency, the Deputy President.
Down the bay where the nights are gay and the sun shines daily on the mountain top. I took a trip on a sailing ship, and when I reached India, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I have to leave a little girl in Bondo town. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I have to leave a little girl in Bondo town. Sad to say I'm on my way.
siko sina.
The body of the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga lying in state within Parliament buildings as dignitaries, both state officials and elected leaders of both houses of Parliament get an opportunity to view the body. Members of staff of Parliament as well, and we've also seen a number of opposition party luminaries, Martha Karua, Fred Matiang'i, J.B. Muturi, who's a former Speaker of the National Assembly, also present to view the body. This is one of those events as part of the state funeral and the protocols accorded to a departed leader of the stature of Raila Odinga. That was meant to happen yesterday. That did not happen. The plan had to change drastically to allow for the thousands and thousands of mourners who moved to the JKIA to receive the body and forcing it to be taken to the Kasarani Stadium. They've managed to squeeze in this part of the plan to this morning. Probably it wasn't communicated as widely as the other itinerary had been communicated. And from here, the body will be taken to the Nyayo Stadium for a state funeral. Already, quite a number of Kenyans and mourners have already taken their seats at the Nyayo Stadium. So this process we're seeing currently will not take too long. Members of the public, the general public, will not be allowed to be part of this. So those watching, do not try to make your way to Parliament buildings because you will not be allowed to do this. This is only for senior government officials and elected leaders, as well as members of staff of Parliament, plus a few other leaders. We've seen even members of the Odinga family represented there, and a few opposition luminaries. And before that, I'm still in studio with Mwenda Joka, who's a CEO of Cape Media and also a veteran journalist. Maina Muiruri was a former chairperson of the Media Council of Kenya and also a veteran journalist, and Wakili Ishmael Nyaribo. And we were questioning, where is the opposition? This Raila Odinga's role has always been on that side of the political divide for the longest. But finally, we've seen they have appeared.
Yeah, at least it's a good thing that the opposition has come there, because it would have been very amiss if we didn't see, because Raila Odinga has been known, apart from the short stints in government, either officially or just on the periphery as a unifier, his life, and Kenyans know him as an opposition leader. So it would have been a very serious omission if the opposition leaders were not allowed to be party to this. But although we've seen them participate, we've seen them going to pay their last respects, in terms of planning, clearly the opposition is not involved.
They've been missing
anyway in that mix.
Yes.
Again, that is an indication of the political import of this. What we are witnessing here also is not just a funeral, it's not just a state funeral, it's also trying to make a statement for 2027. As to what kind of a statement, it depends on how you look at it, but possibly there's a subtle message by the state to say that he died with us and we are inheriting his mantle.
All right. And yeah, they're seeing outside Parliament buildings, Martha Karua has exited after viewing and paying her last respects to the former Prime Minister. I don't know if she'll be speaking to the media there. If she does, we'll be talking to them. But conspicuously missing is Kalonzo Musyoka. Of course, he had traveled out of the country, probably has not been able to come. But Kalonzo Musyoka is one of those people who has worked very closely with the former Prime Minister, running for president as running mate twice under CORD and NASA, and also a former vice president himself. That is the one person who probably would have expected to see there.
Yeah, and he's missing the event. Should have been communicated even to the media, because he's a critical person in the life of Raila Odinga and in the opposition politics. So, but let's hopefully he traveled and he was unable to come to Parliament. I hope to see him at Nyayo National Stadium, and if not, there should be clear explanation, because you know, when you become a national leader, it's not all about you actually. You have supporters, you have fans who want to know exactly what's going on. It's never a private issue, and that's why earlier on we were asking, where is the opposition? And we've now seen a number of them. But I think that the most important thing to understand here is the way Raila Odinga was a people's president. Anybody who stood with him and was fighting in the opposition must appreciate that even those who have been fighting with him belong to us.
Yes.
And it's important that we are told clearly why you may not attend such a funeral. And I think the media houses by now should be given that explanation.
Yes, and he was a polarizing figure, definitely, Raila Odinga, but one of the most unifying in as far as politics is concerned as well. He's the only one who could reach out to either side of the political divide at any given point. The fact that the opposition appear to have been sidelined, probably it's because of time. Probably we'll see them more involved in the latter stages of this process.
Usually, traditionally, in Africa, not just in Africa, when such an icon dies, people unite in grief. You forget all the differences. The best example was Daniel Arap Moi. He never saw eye to eye with Jaramogi. He had kept him long under house arrest, and they campaigned bitterly against each other. Moi led the nation in the burial of Jaramogi under very difficult circumstances. He never got to sit for at the funeral in Bondo, and the crowd surged, and it was a security nightmare for Moi, but he attended.
Actually,
so, sorry, we expect even here, maybe logistical challenges may have prevented Kalonzo to come, but we've seen his colleagues here. So we expect all of them will participate in this funeral.
Yeah.
It's a unifying factor. As you talk about the goodness of Raila, show it in every way. That yes, we realize this the icon of opposition politics in Kenya.
Yes.
Actually, talking about Moi's attendance of Jaramogi's funeral in 1994, I remember at that time, there was Jaramogi, just like Raila had also been in and out of government. Just to go back a bit, you realize immediately when Moi became president, he appointed, trying to rehabilitate Jaramogi in 1978, and made him chairman of cotton, lint and marketing. That time cotton was a major economic, a major economic product, a product in the country. And then somewhere along the way, Jaramogi went to, I think it was somewhere in Nyanza, we went to officiate at a function somewhere in the coast, and then he made a disparaging remark about the late President Kenyatta. He said that the reason why I never agreed with Kenyatta was because he was a land grabber. As a result of that, he was kicked out from that chairmanship. He went back into the political code for a long time until towards Mati Party. We are talking about that was early 80s, it was 80s. And then until towards the Mati Party, that's the time now, before the Mati Party came and Jaramogi now became part of, we had the Mati Party, there was an attempt to rehabilitate. He went into election 92, just before before his death in 94, there was also another rapprochement with Moi. Okay. Moi reached out to him, and there was a cooperation, that is a little known cooperation between KANU and the opposition of just before he died. There was that cooperation that existed. And then somewhere within, before his death, before now Jaramogi died, because this is after 1992 elections, Moi reached out, they made a friendship for a brief period. Jaramogi made a statement that was, there was a statement that came out that was critical of Moi. And I remember the night before he died, there was a statement issued by State House disowning Jaramogi and disowning that partnership. But the statement was recalled by State because the man died before the man. Yeah, I don't know that mind you remember that. It was a very comic constitution, but at that time the state would control. There was a statement issued saying that as a result of XYZ, what Jaramogi has said, we will not have this cooperation is not going to work, and and then the man dies the following day. They died within that night, and the state realized that, and that statement, the media houses were called to please don't publish this story. Okay. But it was there.
All right. Now focus shifts to the Nyayo National Stadium for the state funeral service of the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. But even as we await, and you can see the kind of security even where the tent where the body will be, the casket bearing the remains of the former Prime Minister and the family will be, which is at the center of the Nyayo Stadium. The dignitaries will be seated at the dais on the side. A lot of security there. But even as we wait for the dignitaries to make their way to the Nyayo Stadium, let's head out to Kisumu. We were discussing just how big of a problem Kisumu will be, because there will also be public viewing of the body of the late Prime Minister there. And our reporter on the ground is Apollo Kamau. Apollo, how is Kisumu in anticipation of the arrival of the body of the former Prime Minister tomorrow?
Good morning, Indimuli. We are at Kenyatta Stadium in Mamboleo here in Kisumu County, where preparations are underway, as you can see behind me, for the arrival of the body of former Premier Raila Odinga tomorrow, to give a chance to Kisumu residents, and not just here in Kisumu, but across Nyanza, to honor their fallen leader and to give their last respect as his body comes here, awaiting to be transferred to Siaya later Saturday, where he will eventually be buried. Now, on our way here, preparations are also going outside. The road to this stadium is being prepared. There are trucks all over. Security has been tightened. And right here in the stadium behind me, they are mounting giant screens to give people a chance to pay their last respects, because a huge crowd is expected in this stadium tomorrow, given the weight and the significance Odinga holds in this region. Remember, here in Kisumu and especially in Kaloleni, that's where he started his humble beginnings in Kaloleni Estate, and therefore people fondly recall that. Also here in Kisumu, this is his political bastion. This is where, after his previous handshakes, he has always retreated back here to meet and consult the people and to sell the idea of the handshake, and also to consolidate support for former President Uhuru Kenyatta and the current President William Ruto. So for the people of Kisumu, it's a very, very huge moment. And last night, when driving around town, people are lighting candles, and especially in Kondele, that's where the action is. People spent the night watching all the events about this big man and also his biography, because there are special screens mounted all over, some telling the life of Odinga, not just in pictures, but also what's happening around the country. Yesterday we had Kisumu County Governor Anyang' Nyong'o here in Kenyatta Stadium appealing to residents to be calm and to accord the dignity and the respect the man who is known as the father of democracy, who fought for justice all the years, close to 3 decades. He's a man who has suffered for Kenya, and especially that detention spanning 8 years, agitating for justice, agitating for democracy, and eventually the repeal of Section 2A. He was part of the second liberation fighters who fought for the second liberation, which led to the repeal of Section 2A of the Constitution, paving way for multi-party democracy. So for Mr. Nyong'o, who is also part of the second liberation struggle, his message was, let's accord our leader the respect he deserves. Let's set an example to the entire nation that this is Kisumu and this is our leader, and he deserves the respect that should be accorded to him in this final send-off in Dimoli.
Apollo, thank you for that. But even beyond the viewing in Kisumu, we do anticipate that, and this has been communicated already, that the body will travel by road from Kisumu to Siaya. Any special arrangements along that route as far as security is concerned?
Yes, yesterday we did speak to some leaders, and especially the Kisumu Chamber of Commerce chairman, who is Israel Agina, and he was saying, given what transpired in Nyayo Stadium yesterday and the chaos that ensued, for them, their proposal to the funeral committee was for him to be airlifted from Kisumu to Siaya, but then there are those of the opinion that he should not be airlifted to Siaya. He should go by road, because this was a people's man. He fought for the struggle. His popularity and even the way he interacted with the people, and especially at the grassroots, he is a man of the people. And therefore, he should go by road all the way to Siaya, to his final resting place, and not to be airlifted in Dimoli.
Thank you so much, Apollo Kamau, reporting to us live from the Kenyatta Stadium in Kisumu, where the body of the former Prime Minister will be there tomorrow to allow for a public viewing of the same. Later after that, the body will travel by road, we are made to understand, to Siaya, where he will eventually be interred on Sunday. Dignitaries continue arriving at the Nyayo National Stadium ahead of the state funeral service today. We're yet to see any other heads of state or other dignitaries who were expected there. Some opposition luminaries, Eugene Wamalwa, the party leader of DAPK. We've seen Justin Muturi, the party leader of the Democratic Party, and also Martha Karua going up the steps at Nyayo Stadium, from where they'll be following the proceedings there. Fred Matiang'i too is present at the Nyayo Stadium. This ahead of the arrival of President William Ruto, who's leading the nation in the state funeral service. Meanwhile, the courage, the military courage, complete with military officers on board, that will deliver the body of the former Prime Minister from Parliament buildings, where it's been lying in state for the last 2 hours or so, to allow for viewing by the state officials, is ready to transport the body to the Nyayo Stadium for the state funeral. So momentarily, focus will be shifting to the Nyayo Stadium, where at least it looks like there's a lot of order this morning in comparison to what happened yesterday at the Kasarani or at the airport. And yes, I think we can see that opposition leaders, the officials are trying to get them space there, because initially probably they had not been factored in. But Bwana Mwiruri, clearly there are no plans to accommodate this a section of the political divide. You can actually see that there's a frenzy of activity trying to get them seats there now.
Yes, and as we said earlier, some of the things happening in the arrangement of this funeral are forcing the security to think on their feet. Usually on presidential protocol at this level, seats are assigned beforehand. Mm-hmm. However, because of guests who might come are entitled to come, like here, e.g. a diplomat who did not confirm, a diplomat invited who did not send back RSVP. There are usually more reserved seats than we see. But protocol has to work very quickly to seat the people. And you know, usually in these events, there is a particular order of seating. Mm-hmm. If the president will sit here, on that line can only be cabinet.
Yes.
Maybe the line behind, PSAs, CSAs, ambassadors are usually kept on one corner. They sit together. So if they didn't think about senior opposition figures.
Is there room for not thinking about senior opposition figures, surely, in such a funeral?
Actually, just the way he has mentioned, there's what you call the order of precedence. So it's depending on who you are. So, like for instance, if you are an opposition leader, you are assumed you will be assumed to be either at cabinet level or at another level. So there shouldn't be. I mean, unless it was deliberate. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because we're seeing someone like J.B. Muturi, who has served as a leader of the National Assembly, who has served as Attorney General. Surely there should be space for such people.
Yeah, but for opposition, I mean...
He may be in the opposition now,
despite the protocol, Fred, the opposition leaders should actually have the same rank, just not same rank, but just less rank than the family. They must come immediately after the family. I mean, this is their brother. If you want to be honest, Raila Odinga is a brother of opposition leaders and of opposition politics. The government only borrowed him to bring unity. I mean, I've seen the president has written in his Vista's book, I think in Karen, 13 hours ago, I just saw it on media, that he's saying, I mean, thank you for standing by me, and I will try and fight hard for what you stood for. Mm-hmm. This is an opposition leader, by all means. Despite the fact that he went to eat in the table of the executive, that was a meal. That was just an invitation to have a meal, and he belongs somewhere, and where he belongs is opposition. So Kalonzo Musyoka and Michael Malwa, Malwa, Matiang'i, and all those people who are... And you know, when you talk about those people, some of them are just coming in really now into opposition politics. Even if you talk about Matiang'i or you talk about Justin Muturi, it's good to be honest. Yeah. They're coming in now, really. These are people really in the they're in the state, really. They were more in the state. They are trying to learn Raila Odinga's game. But when you talk about Kalonzo Musyoka, see, he has come along with him all through. And when you talk about Martha Karua, you talk about Wamalwa. Even if Wamalwa was in government, you can see that he has always been with Raila, the struggle. So these people, you would do them a big favor. It's like trying to ignore these people mourning in Siaya and in Kisumu, and people went to the airport.
Because that's what we've seen. Even in Parliament, Martha Karua, who was the running mate in the last election to Raila Odinga, was only allowed to view the body at the tail end. And was not even given enough time.
It's again, just so there's something that the country is forgetting. Raila Odinga has been a permanent fixture in the opposition. As Nyaribo here says, he's just, he is just borrowed. He is borrowed occasionally by the government to assist. So I like that phrase. It's just borrowed. But where he belongs is the opposition. Yet here we have a situation where the opposition is not being given as much prominence as it should have been. This is a misnomer, but it's also not a mistake. It's deliberate.
All right.
It's for 2027.
There's also the opposition formation or the alternative formation called Azimio, of which Raila Odinga was a key figure. He was a presidential candidate, and the leader of that formation was none other than the retired president, the fourth president, Uhuru Kenyatta. We saw him yesterday at the airport. We saw him at Kasarani. We should be expecting him here today as well. Probably there should be a seat for the fourth president, Bwana Mwiruri. That has to be factored in.
Do you remember
the way things are looking...
He's also borrowed.
The way things are looking... there'll be an overflow of dignitaries here.
Yes.
So we can only presume protocol has reserved the entire terrace, VIP terrace, to anticipate for these guests.
Yes.
Because some people are watching, especially you can see there are a lot of arrivals of foreigners. Some look to see is it orderly before they come. And within a short while they'll be at Nyayo.
For a state funeral, these are plans that should have been made before. We do expect, probably given the kind of messages of condolence that we've received from other heads of states across Africa, that maybe 1 or 2 or 3 or even more might be coming to attend the state funeral. The former president and the current president present. It should not be quite a problem. Nyayo Stadium is something that is very open.
Very likely. That's why we are saying the entire VIP terrace should be reserved, whether it gets full or not. By the look of body language, it looks like there'll be an overflow of dignitaries.
Yes.
And again...
did they rush through this? That's the question. Because there should be better preparation.
Yeah, the point is, in other cultures, for example, the Muslim Brotherhood, if a person dies now, he has to be buried by evening. But you know very well that you can make a request that for this and this reason, kindly extend it to tomorrow or day after, because we want to do A, B, C. And if they agree, the family agrees, then you bury him. So even if there is, I read on media that there is a will that Raila Odinga wanted to be buried within 72 hours. That 72 hours could actually start depending on the request being made by either the family or the state. So that, I don't know, because if you extended it a little bit to consider that he is such a figure in Africa and we need to invite as many brothers as possible from across Africa, that would have been reasonable. So I think the quick rush, because of the will probably, as they say, is not going to be very, very fair to Raila's stature. And again, we are talking about dignitaries who want to attend, and we are talking about the opposition leaders. Let me tell you, Fred, if you make a mistake, a small mistake in such a funeral of such a person, you may be surprised of the outcome. Yes. Because if people expected to see, for example, Kalonzo to speak, and you ignore him, the people could force you to do something, and that can be a lapse. So I think this planning, anyway, we are here now. We cannot return the body to India. We cannot do nothing. We are here now. I think the friends of Raila Odinga must be respected. During the speeches, how they are handled, you must forget 2027. You must give Raila Odinga a decent send.
And even Raila Odinga himself is one of those few Kenyan politicians who got an opportunity, even after very competitive elections, to attend funerals alongside the president and be given an opportunity to speak. And he was always forthright there, despite the competition that had. This time around, we are not going to see any much of that. Why not?
Yeah, again, you go back to the import of what is happening here is also a preparation. You are looking at how do you inherit the constituency. that critical constituency that Raila Odinga held. If you share this podium with his colleagues in the opposition, so those are, I would imagine those are the dynamics that are in consideration by the planners of this. But the problem is, you can have a situation like what happened yesterday. There is a possibility that if you had a leader who could, rather than dealing with the situation, the security breach from a police point and enforcement, you could have had a leader who is listened to. If we spoke there, he could have been able, no, the way Raila would appear in a place and he would just raise his hand and it will create a calming effect. Possibly you need also, because Raila is more for, I mean, his home is opposition. And his brothers and sisters, the Mata Karuas, the Kalonzos, are the ones who, most of the people here are not government people.
Yes.
They are opposition.
And you talk about inheriting Raila Odinga's constituents, the crowd, the truth of the matter. Yeah. And I don't think this has two ways. If you want to inherit Raila Odinga's crowds, then you must be in the opposition. That's one proposal. The other proposal, and this is how now Kenya Kwanza can gain from this. If you want to inherit Raila Odinga's constituency and crowd as an enigmatic leader, then as Kenya Kwanza, you must do something completely differently. In fact, it will be a metamorphosis. It will be a complete...
Do you think that this is an attempt to inherit Raila's support base by even sidelining?
Nothing happens by chance at that level, Fred, and we know that Kenya Kwanza would love to own Raila Odinga's crowd. But please, follow the rules. You cannot purport to say, I want Raila Odinga supporters, but you do the opposite of what Raila stood for. And I am very impressed with the president's remark that he wants to stand for what Raila stands for. So there is no chance for pretense, by the way. If you want Raila's crowd, you will do what he did.
Follow the rules.
And you have to follow the rules. He was standing for equity, justice. He loved to see the ordinary person also given a chance. You know, elitism in politics cannot work with Raila.
Yet we cannot avoid political competition at this point, Bwana Mwiruri.
The politics is also a game of opportunity. You miss...
And this is a huge one.
This is a huge one. Shakespeare says in Julius Caesar, there is a tide in the affairs of men, like you have a tide on the ocean, which, taken at the flood, leads to success. Omitted, the journey of life is fraught with misery. Meaning, these are tide for some people. The way you capture it, it can take you to success. If you omit a little, you may be left behind. While they were doing broad-based with the president, was the broad-based between president and Raila or with the president and Raila's constituency? This will have to be proven now. Can he sustain that Raila constituency with Raila gone? This is what, even some of the things you will see being done will be tailored towards retaining that support he presumed or he had from Raila. Because if you lose it, things could change.
I will not cut you short, but Raila stood for fairness. Even after elections, when he thinks that the elections were unfair, he would go to the street. But when he saw massive deaths, he pulled back, then went to join hands with government to bring peace. So this is why I told you there is no pretense. You must play, the rules on his book are very clear. If you are Kenya Kwanza, you are president, you are the leadership, you push people to a certain corner, but you see that there is massive death, you must withdraw. You must say, oh, okay, so you don't like this, then we follow, including compromising his political career by going to join the government. So even for Kenya Kwanza, you cannot tell us that we are with Raila or we follow his philosophy, but then execute people and murder them. That is not Railaism. So there will be no pretense, Fred. We must go one way. If you are owning Raila Odinga's historical crowds, you must play by his...
and listening to you, gentlemen, it would appear that now we are in for proper theatre. Now just watching it as it plays out. Of course, the state funeral service of the late former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, currently just about to kick off at the Nyayo National Stadium. The body is still at Parliament. The carriage is getting ready to transport the remains of the former Prime Minister from Parliament buildings, where it has been lying in state for the last 2 hours or so, for the state funeral, which will open way for other activities going forward towards a final interment in Siaya County on Sunday. Let's go back to the Nyayo National Stadium and listen in to the proceedings there as they anticipate the arrival of the dignitaries ahead of the service.
Okoe kwa sababu mwenzetu Muluya ambaye ni Sakaja ametufail. Sisi hatuna budi Waluya kusupport babu.
Haya, asante sana. Haya, come closer. Pole tu, one by one.
Please, let me start. Okay. Kiki watch siasa. My name's Songa huku. Wapi? Mnipatie nafasi. My name's are Wycliffe Dan Odhiambo, and we are very saddened, as you can see. But my only statement to Kenyans is that you can all see that the death of Baba has been such a big thing. And this is a big statement to this country, that this is a man that has run for presidency for almost 5 times. And 4 times, seen things not going as we expect. Why is it that we have had some other presidents that have died while they have been out of office, but this has never happened? Why is it that the whole country is touched? This tells us that there was something that has been happening for a very long time that was never right. Baba has died. We can only say, Pole, Baba, you gave your all to this country, but this country never appreciated you. But it is good. Your spirit lives in many people, and we know that even if you are not going to be there, this country will never be the same. We will never go back to where we have come from. I plead to Kenyans that let us not lose the gains that we have had. Things that Baba has carried us along with. We must take this country forward, and to everyone, we must leave petty politics. We are now asking even the national leaders as they come along, we will not want them to just tell us stories. We want them to tell us practically what they can be able to do for this country to move forward. Thank you. Go in peace, Baba. Go in peace, Baba. Go in peace, Baba. We will meet one day, one time. Thank you.
Majina ni Peter Science, mheshimiwa mtarajiwa pale Matungu kutokea Kakamega. Nilifika hapa hivi saa 10 asubuhi kukuja kuomboleza mzee Baba. Kile nataka kuwaambia tu, tuomboleze kwa amani, turudi nyumbani kwa amani, tuache mambo ya vurugu, kila kitu itakuwa sawa. Na nataka Mr. President nakushukuru kwa sababu umetuorganize vizuri, ukatuwezesha kufika hapa hivi uwanja wa Nyayo kuomboleza kwa amani. Hayo tu kwa sasa, sina mengi.
Yes, live pictures from the Nyayo National Stadium as mourners continue arriving there ahead of the state funeral service. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, we are seeing the remains of the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, the casket bearing the remains being transported to the military carriage, carried by military officers. And we continue saying, this is an honor really only reserved to former military officers, commander-in-chiefs, and such like things. But Raila Odinga is indeed a person of that level, that it is the military that has taken over the running of events. There we see military officers carrying the body from parliament buildings, and they're about to place it onto the military carriage that will transport the body to the Nyayo National Stadium for the state funeral. A lot of those dignitaries, including the president, still at parliament buildings. I think they will be following closely behind the body of the late Prime Minister. So the casket bearing the remains of the former Prime Minister now being loaded onto the military carriage that has transported him from the moment the plane carrying the remains touched down at the JKIA. The next form of transportation has been this military carriage. It is the same carriage that we saw a few years back during the funeral, the state funeral of the late President Daniel Moi. Before that, the late Mwai Kibaki. There you have it. Pictures courtesy of Azimio TV. Interestingly, Azimio TV still comes back. They still own, and that was what you're saying, the DNA of Raila Odinga is still in opposition. It is the Azimio which is still not in government.
Yeah.
But they still feel that they own bits or a huge chunk of this man. And what a moment here, Bwana Mwenda Njoka. These are rare moments. We rarely get to see and experience such. And as technology improves, now we're getting it even by the minute.
Yeah, which is true. As Wakili Nyaribo here mentioned, technology is an enabler, is also a challenge. Like we have talked about the tracking of the plane, and it becomes a mobilizer to the extent that people already know what to expect when and at what time, and they mobilize. It becomes, if now security doesn't also anticipate that, it becomes a problem. So it's a good thing, but it's also something that can create security breaches. The other thing you mentioned is about Azimio, and now there's almost, it's like, I don't know how long, I mean, it's like there's been a fight to own Raila. Right now he's owned by the state, yet he was a borrowed asset. So possibly it's the time they should have returned him back to the owner. I don't know.
Fred, talking professionally, a strict professional, elite approach, it appears that you must work with the government. That is the message we are getting now. And that is the message that has come out, that in the end, you must work with government. And the serious business people, serious professionals who want to advance their careers will understand that language. That it's not even coded. It's there that you must be with us, and it's very strong. If you can bring down, not bring down, but if you can bring into, executive side, a person in the stature of Raila Odinga, then who are you as an ordinary business person who wants to make it, who wants your books corrected, who wants everything fine with government? It appears that the message is you ought to find a way to work with the government.
The question is, if Raila Odinga would not have been in the broad-based government, would he have received the kind of honors we're seeing him receive?
I doubt. I think the answer is absolutely no. Actually, that's a question I was thinking. My take. Naribu was talking about it. If we had, and he was still on the trenches fighting the government,
despite what he has been in this country, he's been a prime minister.
My take, most likely he could have been accorded a state funeral.
But not all.
Let me give examples.
Okay.
Prof. Wangari Maathai.
Yes.
She was given a state funeral without military honors. It was done at Uhuru Park. Then from there, the family took her for cremation. Sorry.
You want to interject?
Wangari Maathai.
I wanted to interject because Wangari Maathai didn't die during Moi's time. Remember?
Okay.
It was Kibaki, and Kibaki was different.
Wangari Maathai had been a thorn in the flesh of the government, but the part that owed her the state funeral status was a Nobel. If she didn't win the Nobel, I doubt they could have gone for. So most likely, it was the biggest international honor we have ever received.
Yes.
Then we have Lucy Kibaki, wife of president, state funeral, no military honors. Wamalwa Kijana, vice president, Kibaki's best friend, state funeral, no military honors. Then we come to this. The only 3 state funerals with military honors, Jomo Kenyatta, died in office. That's why he was buried in military uniform. He was commander-in-chief while he died. Moi, state funeral, full military honors. Kibaki, and now Raila.
Allow me to capture this moment, live pictures there from Parliament as the carriage carrying the remains of the former Prime Minister exits Parliament. And I've seen some very interesting picture there that right behind the military carriage is the entire leadership of the country, walking on foot. I don't know if they're going to occupy their vehicles, but I've seen the President, I've seen the CJ, I've seen the military, the parliamentary speakers walking on foot behind the carriage. For how long they're going to do that, we have to wait and see, because that would also be quite spectacular to watch. But yes, I think there'll be a procession. Yes, they're going to their vehicles, the CJ there. All right, so yes, there you have it. Probably the President will be the next vehicle, will have the next vehicle following that carriage as they head towards the Nyayo Stadium for the funeral service. Sorry, I cut you short.
Okay, I was finishing. I was saying, and now this, even without broad-based, if I were Ruto, knowing the constituency this man commands, never brings in less than 1 million votes, you don't want to lose them. It would be bad for you to let him just be buried like any civilian, rather than try to, as we said earlier, opportunity. Politics is a game of opportunity. I bet still he could have said, we are giving this man a state funeral, given his status,
probably
not, of opposition
not to this level with military
but you know, the key thing is opportunity and opportunism. I would like to make it opportunism. So I would imagine it may not necessarily at the same level, but for purposes of inheriting his constituency or enticing that constituency, the state would have tried to hijack. And I remember there was also a debate when Jaramogi died. And at that time, a few people, I remember even a conversation we had at some point, I think with Orengo. And when the media, because we were complaining, the media decided not to publish that letter because they also knew about it. At that time, there was no Twitter, no social media.
The one that was withdrawn by the state.
Yeah, that was withdrawn. They knew. And I remember Orengo calling us and asking, you people, why didn't you? I mean, now you're making the president is coming here to own this man, yet he had disowned him. And Orengo actually, during the funeral, he said that the man you are seeing here, some of you verified him, some of you detained him, some of you wrote letters, disowned him up to the last day. The general public may not have known what he was referring to, but was that statement. So the issue of opportunism is there.
And I wish the country understands that opportunism, by the way, as a malady, as a disease. I wish the country understands that our viewers should understand that this is all about opportunity to lead. There's nothing so bad or so good about it. And that's why Raila could very easily, after elections, cross over and sit with the heads of state, because he understood there is no permanent enemy, there is no enmity here. I wanted to be in office, I didn't make it, so I will work with these people. So, and that is, I think, in terms of opportunism, when you talk about this funeral going on now, if you sidestep and disregard the opposition for now, let it be understood in context.
But let's even look at the opposition themselves, because Raila Odinga was never one to sit back and wait to be given opportunity to attend a funeral or be part of this. He showed up. This other leaders appear to have been waiting on the wings to be invited. They should have appeared and showed up as well.
Actually, politics. Just before that, Fred, talking about Raila also had an opportunity to. Given the way he had been viewed, he could have gone, like, for instance, what happened in Uganda. He could have decided, now I'm going to the bushes and fight. But at some point, you'd fail to win an election, several elections, and he doesn't decide to take up arms and take over. So that's something that really unique.
Gentlemen, allow me now to give you an opportunity to make your final comments, because we've been with you since 6:30 and we're just about to go into the state funeral. I'm sure once it starts, we may not be able to continue this conversation. So yes, as you contribute, Bwana Mwiruri, final comments.
I was saying politics, apart from being a game of opportunity, is also a game of emotions and knowing when to strike when the iron is hot. And here was the grand master of that. The day he said Kibaki Tosha at Uhuru Park, that we now know there had been no prior arrangement. He just took the right moment to say that, and the tide turned. Yeah. So, coming back to what you're saying, could he have been given this without the coalition they've been having, the loose coalition they've been having lately? I bet he could have been given that the man now at the helm is another grandmaster of opportunity and political maneuver. There was no way he would have let this one go like that badly. Yeah. And as we stand now, towards the end until Sunday, you could say Raila looks more a government man than the opposition doyen he was.
All right. I think we've seen the former head of state or retired President Uhuru Kenyatta has arrived at the Nyayo Stadium and is being ushered to where he's going to sit. Interestingly, these are some of the few moments that we'll get to see the former president and his successor sitting on the same platform, all in honor of this gentleman. Wakili, your final comment.
And this is why Kenya is a very unique country in Africa and, by the way, in the world. This we only see in the West, where former presidents mingle again with the present head of state. And therefore, my parting shot, if you have a chance to lead in this country, if you have a chance to have the charisma like that of Raila Odinga, what will you do with it? That is the most important thing for me. Are you going to use it to unite people, or you're going to use it to actually destroy people? When Njoka spoke of Raila Odinga never went into the bush, in Kenya it is very difficult to go to the bush, very difficult, because that's not who we are. Our country is towards peace and unity. We want to be together. We want to succeed under those circumstances. We do not foresee a situation where we want to go like what you see in other African countries. Nobody, no professional, no politician wants to go there. We all want to succeed within the circumstances of peace and unity.
All right. Dignitaries now arrived at the Nyayo Stadium. Next person to arrive will be the head of state, William Ruto. His Uhuru Kenyatta is already at the stadium. Bwana Njoka, your final comments.
Yeah, well, what I would say is that as we bury one of the most consequential politicians in this country, who has been king without being enthroned, who has been a president without taking over in State House, how do we as a country want to remember Raila Odinga? Do we want to remember him by do we want to remember him by following up with the ideals that he stood for? This is a man who, under very stringent circumstances, because I've known him from 90s, from the time after his detention, and he has always been, he would fight. Then when he realizes it's not going the way he wants, he retreats, comes back with a different strategy to fight, to live, to fight another day. And at the end of the day, he is somebody who you would say has always had the interest of the country at heart. You might, there are those ones who think he has under a selfish streak by by competing in an election and making peace with the people he was fighting with. But at the end of the day, he was looking at the bigger picture. What is the imperative? Do we continue killing each other, or do we make peace and move on? And I think that is a legacy he has created for this country, because I have not seen any other country within the region where somebody of that, because if Raila Odinga decided that he's not making peace and you continue having a crisis in this country every day, he can do that for 365 days, and he didn't do that.
Indeed, it is big news even in Uganda, most of the front pages, and we sampled the front pages of all regional papers here. It is the only story on the front page of the Daily Monitor in Uganda. It also features on the front page of the New Vision of Mwananchi and the Citizen in Tanzania as well. And there you have it on screen, the widow of the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, Ida Odinga there, accompanied by Rose Odinga, his daughter. I can see Jimmy Wanjigi also there, arriving at Nyayo Stadium ahead of the funeral service. Thank you so much, Mwenda Njoka, CEO, Cape Media, also a veteran journalist, Wakili Ishmael Nyaribo, a political commentator, and Maina Muiroria, former chairperson of the Media Council of Kenya and also a veteran journalist as well. Thank you so much for the very insightful comments and opinions about this man, the life and times of Raila Odinga, the man that we all focus on today as we pay our last respects. The state funeral of the former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, currently underway at the Nyayo National Stadium.
Raila Odinga Jr. na Rosemary Odinga. Niombe kwa njia ya kipekee tupigie makofi familia hii ya baba ikiongozwa na Bi Dr. Aida Odinga, Rosemary Odinga, Raila Odinga Jr. na Winnie Odinga pamoja na Dr. Oburu Oginga, vile vile familia yote ya Jaramogi kwa jumla. Tuwapigieni makofi mazuri jamii hii na tuwashukuruni sana kwa kutulelea baba kwa miaka hii 80.
Haya DJ, tuendelee na mziki kidogo tukingojea kuwasili kwake mwenda zake the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga.
Jeshi ya baba, jeshi ya baba, jeshi ya baba, Joey, 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 piga kelele ya mwisho ya kusindikisha Raila Amolo Odinga ndani ya Nyayo Stadium.
Haya basi DJ, kata kidogo. DJ studio.
Asante sana DJ.
St. Stephen Choir wajitayarishe ili waweze kupromosha kidogo burudani tukiendelea kungoja. St. Stephen's Choir, uwanja ni wenu.
Asante sana choir. Thank you. All Saints Cathedral na hali kadhalika St. Stephen's Jogoo Choir. Kwa heshima tafadhali nafahamishwa tuwapishe wenzetu. Asante sana choir. Thank you. All Saints Cathedral na hali kadhalika St. Stephen's Jogoo Choir. Kwa heshima tafadhali nafahamishwa tuwapishe wenzetu na wimbo wa tuweze kupisha wanajeshi nafasi hiyo ili waweze kuendelea na gwaride tafadhali. Kwa heshima naomba sote tusimame kwa wimbo wa taifa na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Asanteni, kwa heshima tunaweza keti tafadhali. Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu wa majeshi yote ya ulinzi, ningependa niweze kupeana itifaki ama ratiba itakayoweza kufuata kwa kimuktasari wakati tutaweza kupokea mwili wa mwenda zake aliyekuwa waziri mkuu wa taifa la Kenya, Mheshimiwa Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, sote kwa heshima tutaomba kuweza kusimama, ambapo mwili huu Mheshimiwa Rais utaweza kuzungushwa uwanja huu wa Nyayo, na kwa wale ambao wamevalia sare rasmi za kiserikali kuweza kupeana heshima yao, na wananchi pia kuweza kusimama kupeana heshima kwa mwenda zake. Baada ya hapo, Mheshimiwa Rais, zitafuata tafrija za kijeshi, ambapo Mheshimiwa Rais tutaweza tena kusimama kwa wimbo wa taifa, kisha baada ya hapo nitaweza kumpisha mwenzangu Bwana Mike Gitonga ataweza kuendelea na ratiba itakayofuata, kisha tutaweza kurejea tena na gwaride la kijeshi ili kuweza kuondoa mwili wa mwenda zake hapa uwanjani. Kuzidi kuwakumbusha tu wananchi wazalendo tuweze kumuomboleza kiongozi wetu kwa njia inayostahiki, na hali kadhalika tukiwaomba kwa heshima kuweza kutulia, ndiposa tusiweze kumtatiza parade commander atakapokuwa anatoa amri zake. Tutarudi kwenu St. Stephen's Choir na hali kadhalika All Saints Cathedral Choir tuweze kuendelea na kipindi cha burudani. Upande wa pili tafadhali St. Stephen's Jogoo Choir, iwapo mko tayari, na All Saints Cathedral Anglican Church Choir tuendelee tafadhali. Asante sana St. Stephen's Choir. Wakati wowote tokea sasa tutakuwa tunapokea mwili wa mwenda zake kuweza kujiunga nasi rasmi mahali hapa. Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Kwa heshima naomba sote tusimame kuweza kupokea mwili wa mwenda zake Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga, aliyekuwa waziri mkuu, katika uwanja huu wa mataifa wa Nyayo. Mwili huu utaweza kuzunguka ili wananchi waweze kupeana heshima yao, na hali kadhalika walio kwenye sare rasmi za serikali kuweza kupiga saluti. Bendi ya majeshi ya ulinzi mtupe him tunapozunguka na mwili huu tafadhali. Bendi tunaomba mtupe him mwili huu unapozungushwa tafadhali. Iwapo unatupata kwa njia ya mbashara, ukipenda live, tunaupokea mwili wa mwenda zake hapa uwanjani Nyayo, uwanja wa kimataifa ama ukipenda uwanja wa kitaifa wa Nyayo, ambapo hivi sasa tunapokea rasmi mwili wa mwenda zake. Hakika wema nazo fadhili zitanifuata siku zote za maisha yangu. Nitakaa nyumbani mwa Bwana. Iwapo unajiunga nasi kwa njia mbashara, hivi sasa tumeweza kupokea mwili wa aliyekuwa waziri mkuu wa taifa la Kenya, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, ukiwezwa hivi sasa kuonyeshwa kwenye umma ukiwa umevikwa bendera ya taifa letu la Kenya, ikiwa ni heshima ya hali ya juu ambayo ameweza kupewa na taifa lake kwa majukumu aliyoweza kutekeleza akiwa hapa duniani. Na ni vyema Mwenyezi Mungu ameona tangulie mbele za haki. Tunazidi kushukuru Maulana kwa miaka 80 aliyoweza kutupa tukaweza kuishi na kiongozi wetu Raila Amolo Odinga, na hali kadhalika tukishukuru yale yote aliyoweza kuchangia kwa miundo misingi ya taifa letu la Kenya. Wananchi wakiweza kupeperusha bendera hivi sasa, wakiweza kumpa buriani kwa heri Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga, hii leo ikiwa ni misa ibada, na inshallah siku ya Jumapili tutaweza kumpumzisha. Haya yakiwa ni mazishi ama ibada ya kitaifa, ndiposa utaona viongozi wote wa serikali wakiongozwa na Mheshimiwa Rais na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu Mheshimiwa Daktari William Samoei Ruto akiongoza taifa kumwomboleza aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, na viongozi wa taifa letu la Kenya wakiwa wameandamana naye Mheshimiwa Rais kuweza kufariji wa Kenya, kufariji familia ya Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, miongoni mwa waombolezaji waliofika siku hii ya leo. Asante sana bendi za majeshi ya ulinzi, tuwe standby kwa wimbo wa taifa. Bendi za majeshi ya ulinzi, tuwe standby kwa wimbo wa taifa. zake, Rais wa pili wa taifa la Kenya Daniel Toroitich arap Moi, tukaweza kuona ukiweza pia kubeba mwili wa Rais Mwai Kibaki na hali kadhalika aliyekuwa mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi Generali Francis Omondi Ogola, na hii leo tunashuhudia gari hili likiweza kubeba mwili wa aliyekuwa waziri mkuu wa taifa la Kenya Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga, likiwa ni gari maalum ambalo linapatikana katika idara ya jeshi kwa sherehe kama hizi. Maafisa watakaobeba mwili wa mwenda zake hivi sasa wakiweza kujitayarisha ili wakabebe mwili huu hadi mahali tutakapoweza kupokea wimbo wa taifa, kisha tutaweza kuketi na nitaweza kumpisha mwenzangu aweze kuendelea na itifaki na ratiba itakayofuata ya misa ibada ya mwenda zake. Tunazidi kushukuru wananchi walioweza kufika kuweza kushiriki nasi misa ibada ya mwenda zake, na hali kadhalika tuwashukuru kwa utulivu wenu, na hali kadhalika kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba tumeweza kupokea mwili wa mwenda zake ugani Nyayo, uwanja wa kitaifa wa Nyayo, tayari kwa ibada ambayo itaongozwa na kanisa la Kianglikana hapa nchini. Haya ikiwa ni ibada ya kitaifa ya mwenda zake aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, mwili wake hivi sasa ukiweza kutayarishwa na pall bearers ili tuweze kupokea mahali hapa rasmi. Tutakapopokea mwili huu, gwaride litaweza kuendelea, kisha tupate wimbo wa taifa, na baada ya hapo tutaweza kuwajuza ratiba itakayofuata. Kitazama jeneza la mwenda zake limeweza kufunikwa na bendera ya taifa letu la Kenya, ikiwa ni uzalendo wa hali ya juu na heshima za hadi ya juu aliyopewa mwenda zake. Wakiweza kujitayarisha hivi sasa ili wakaweze kuleta mwili huu, tunaomba wapiga picha wetu tafadhali muweze kuwapisha kwa heshima. With all due respect, kindly tunaomba wapiga picha tuweze kuruhusu gwaride hilo kuweza kuendelea tafadhali. Viongozi wetu wa kidini kutoka idara ya jeshi wakiwa mahali pale, kiongozi wa kanisa la Kianglikana, dini ya Kiislamu na hali kadhalika kanisa la Kikatoliki wakiwa tayari kuweza kutuletea mwili huu mahali hapa. Gwaride, mwendo wa kinyonga ama ukipenda slow march, ili tuweze kupokea mwili huu rasmi kwenye jukwaa maalum. Kwa mwendo wa kinyonga kwa umaridadi kabisa, wakiwa wanauleta mwili wa mwenda zake mahali hapa, tukishukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa maisha ya mwenda zake. Mungu wa majeshi mwenye kuneemesha neema zote, neema kubwa na neema ndogo ndogo. Nitaomba wananchi tubaki tukiwa tumesimama, kwa sababu wakati wowote tutaweza kupokea wimbo wa taifa kwa heshima ya kiongozi wetu Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga. kuweza kupitisha mwili wa mwenda zake katikati ya gwaride hili lililoandaliwa na jeshi la nchi kavu. Kisha baada ya hapo tutaweza kuendelea na ratiba ya siku ya leo. Heshima hizi za kitaifa akipewa kiongozi wetu siku hii ya leo. Asanteni kwa heshima, tunaweza kuketi tafadhali. Asante sana wananchi wazalendo mlioweza kufika kuomboleza nasi na hali kadhalika kujiunga nasi kwa ibada ya mwenda zake Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Mheshimiwa Rais, kwa ruhusa yako hivi sasa nipishe mwenzangu Bwana Mike Gitonga aweze kuendelea na ratiba itakayofuata. Welcome, sir.
Asante mwenzangu Bwana Misango. Your Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defence Forces. Your Excellency Rachel Ruto, First Lady of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency Aida Odinga and family. Your Excellency Taye Selassie, President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Your Excellency Dr. Kithure Kindiki, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency Dr. Philip Isdor Mpango, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Your Excellency Rebecca Nyandeng, Vice President of the Republic of South Sudan and Chairperson of the Youth and Gender Cluster. Your Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete. Your Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Fourth President of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency, ambassadors, foreign ministers representing various countries, governors present, led by the Governor Nairobi County, Honorable Johnson Sakaja, principal secretaries and cabinet secretaries present, the ODM leadership, members of parliament led by the House speakers and leadership of the houses, the Honorable Chief Justice, the clergy, all mourners present in this stadium and watching from various parts of the world. Your Excellency, with your permission, we will grant an opportunity for heads of states and deputy presidents to pay their last respect to the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. At this point, allow me to invite His Excellency Taye Selassie to pay his last respects by the coffin where lies the remains of His Excellency the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga.
Baba, jeshi ya baba, baba, sini wa baba, baba, jeshi ya baba, 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 sini wa baba, baba. baba, jeshi ya baba, 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 fini wa baba, baba, fini wa baba, baba, jeshi ya baba, baba, fini wa baba, 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 jeshi ya baba, 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 fini wa baba, 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 jeshi ya baba, 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 fini wa baba.